Well, good morning and welcome to another Escape to Nature. And you're here with me, Alex, in Djuma at the moment. And there were just some baboons here, some of my favorite animals to watch and to immerse ourselves with. I'm talking about immersion. Of course, this is a live and immersive experience. So if you do have any questions, comments, things you'd like to tell us or you'd like to know, please do let us know about that. And of course, sit back and relax as we journey into the African wilderness this morning. And of course, a very lovely start. Nice to have these baboons with us. But yes, if you didn't catch that, I am Alex, and I am coming to you at the moment from Djuma with some lovely chakma baboons. One or two just foraging in the tree right now. You can just see that branch movement. So we'll get a little bit closer. There you go. So a lovely little scene unfolding right now. Always cool to watch baboons. There's always something that is going on with them. And they really are quite endearing. They've got a bad name, but in my books they definitely don't deserve it. This female looks like she's coming into heat. Of course, showing rather swollen private parts there. But we haven't yet touched on the weather, and it is time for us just to have a look and see what is going on across the different locations for today. So back again, and of course you would have seen it is going to be partly cloudy across most of the locations today. But we do have this lovely female baboon here in the tree, and she's foraging, also just kind of keeping sentry it seems. Always great just to watch it. Nice little framing at the moment, just seeing her face popping through that gap in the trees. And really quite special anyway. Great just to have that audio of the woodlands kingfishers as well. And we're just going to sit here with our baboon, watch and see what she gets up to. I'm sure a little bit of a break from foraging at the moment it seems, but baboons are very inquisitive, so anything that does kind of pop up for her, I'm sure she will be very interested in. Kind of just scoping around at the moment. A little bit of wind just shaking the camera at the moment. Really quite special. Really quite a fantastic start here with this female baboon, but it's time for us to say good morning to Steve across in Madikwe.
Good afternoon, should I say good morning, everybody? It feels like we've been out all day already. Good morning, and hello. Welcome to Madikwe. Welcome to the sort of sandy red soil acacia woodland here on the northeastern sides of Madikwe, where we're spending a little bit of time with some white-browed sparrow weavers. Hello everybody, I hope you're having a wonderful morning, a wonderful start to your day, and my name is Steve. I'm joined by Rihanna and Cameron, and we are out and about in the nice late morning here on Madikwe, and as I said before, we're doing a spot of birding. We've been spending some time here in this woodland having a look at a white-brow sparrow weaver colony. They're busy building and moving in and out of this accumulation of nests, which they've chosen a very sturdy Acacia tortilis or umbrella thorn for that purpose. Often find our birds using the spiniest and most inaccessible bushes to put their nests on. And that is it there, jumble ball of grass. Gives it its name. Weaver, sparrow weaver. Sparrows also build little balls, but most of the sparrows we find generally are quite well adapted to human habitation, or building their little ball nest inside some form of shelter. Logan, what a perfect way to start the weekend. It is Saturday after all. We do forget sometimes when we're out here, we get into a little bit of a bubble. Days of the week just melt into each other. I know being down in Djuma, we often know what day of the week it is because Wednesday is shopping day. We often certainly have a lot more food on the Wednesday afternoon, and Wednesday morning breakfast is a little bit thrown together. Thursday morning breakfast is often something quite profound. The little things in life, the little things. So there's lots of bird activity through this open area here. The quelias moving through. Very difficult to capture them all though. Brandy, birds obviously take different lengths of time depending on the species. There's a quelea there, a red-billed quelea. This particular bird that we're talking about, the sparrow weaver, they take anywhere between 10 and 18 days to build one of these nests, but they will look after it. So they build it sturdy, they build it for them to roost in as well as to lay eggs. And they will actually sort of look after the area, look after the nest. Roost in the winter months and in the summer months. So nice and green, so much vegetation out, grasses in full seed. That's what's attracted the quelias. The quelias here being some of the largest flocking birds. Are in breeding plumage. They breed very, very quickly. Sparrow weaver shouting now. And so much of our bird breeding and migratory bird species are attuned with the rain. The rain brings, obviously, the moisture. Oh, what is that? That's the sparrow weaver. The rain brings the moisture, which then stimulates the grasses. The grasses go into flower, producing seed. And many of our insects, their life cycles are timed with the rain. They will come out as well. Many of the insects are rolled to pollinate flowers. Grass, of course, is all pollinated by wind. But this is also a good time for forbs and wildflowers and insects. And most of the birds that we have migrating in to South Africa from the north are all doing so for the insects. Many of them for caterpillars. The cuckoos come down here to breed. They feed almost exclusively on caterpillars, many of who have been eggs have been laid on particular larval food, and then the caterpillars grow from there. It's going to be quiet for a moment and just listen to the sounds of the wilderness. There's our sparrow, the grey-headed. Talking about grey-headed sparrows, we're talking about sparrows, the common sparrows that are associated with human habitation, the common house sparrow, the Cape sparrow. That was the grey-headed sparrow. The southern grey-headed sparrow, to be exact. Build little nests, a little grassy pad of leaves and weeds, generally inside natural cavities of trees. It's other sparrow species as well, but they've very well associated with houses and buildings. So the Cape sparrow and the house sparrow definitely followed humans around. Wherever you find humans, you generally find them as well. Okay, well, it sounds like it's a birding kind of morning. Let's go see what birds Tess has got for you.
Good morning, everybody. A birding kind of morning indeed. I'm very excited to be contributing into Escape to Nature, and we are doing birding on this side as well. I've got my binoculars at the ready. I'm actually out the car for a change, purely because it is nice to stretch the legs, and definitely a nice place to be doing it is any form of waterhole if you're going to bird. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure for the morning. Behind the camera is Ulof, and Gert is here as well, and we are going to be doing some birding, some hippoing, some terrapinning, all of the good things that happen at the dam. But for now, it is a lovely view of the dam itself, particularly that we've got so many birds here. We've got a mix of Egyptian geese. There was a knob-billed duck. There's kingfishers calling.
We did just lose Tess there for a second, and we will be back to enjoy some birding with her as well as terrapinning, as she said. that we are back with our female baboon here in Djuma, and she's moved into an apple leaf tree at the moment. Apple leaf trees also being known as indicators for groundwater, so you do obviously find them in areas where there is water, but also indicators when there might not be water present or visible, known to be indicators of underground water as well. But very cool to have this female Chacma baboon, the Chacma baboon being the biggest of the 6 species of baboon, obviously found here in South Africa. A little bit north of us along the Zambezi, the yellow baboon, up into East Africa, the olive baboon, the Himadraeus, then from there up into the Arabian Peninsula, the Guinea, and also the Kinder baboon are the others. So very cool to see. Chacma baboon, the males getting up to around, sometimes even over 45 kgs. Very intimidating canines. Another young baboon scaling down the tree background there as well. So awesome just to spend some time. As I said, there's always something interesting going on with baboons, so it's always great to sit and watch them. You'll never be short of entertainment when you are spending time with baboons. So nice to just see what's going on. Fairly relaxed, this troop at the moment. Nothing really to disturb them. Cat turtle dove as well in the background. Really special. It's not every day we do get to spend time with baboons, and it's nice that this one's quite stationary at the moment. As I said earlier, kind of taking up a sentry role, but nonetheless just an awesome way to kickstart a morning. So they do have a very cool scientific name of Papio. So they form part of the Papio genus, and that is one of 23 species of old world primates. 97% of their DNA is human, so we have around 90% of the same DNA from our common ancestor as baboons do. So amazing what 3% really does do and what differences that creates. And of course not part of the great apes, because great apes such as us, gorillas, chimpanzees, gibbons, orangutans do not have tails. We evolved to not have tails. Of course we still do have our coccyxes, and that was where the tail obviously would have come out of in the past. Just a few differentiating facts there between us. Of course, with the Chacma baboon, there is also a bit of sexual dimorphism, the males being far bigger, and those canines, in fact, bigger than leopards' canines as well. So, really formidable. It's not something you want to play with, that is for sure. Quite a leisurely start for this baboon, it seems. A little bit of sun coming through, and rather comfortable in the apple leaf at the moment. And blissfully unaware that she is on candid camera at the moment. Looks like we might get some movement up the tree. And I said earlier, clearly in heat. So we're just going to follow her as she does climb up the apple leaf for now. And it looks like she is clearly on sentry duty for the moment. They really do have very sharp eyesight. They have the ability to kind of make out a leopard, if there was one in the bush, just being able to see a bit of the ear, even some of the skull as well. So they kind of go over 3D eyesight, and then able to make out shapes as well. So they really are good on the watch. But from this troop of baboons, let us go and have a look and see how Tessa's birding is going.
So So we are still doing a spot of birding at the dam. I didn't get an awful lot into the Egyptian geese, and so I am about to, because they fascinate me. They are known to spend all of their time in the same spots over and over again. Territorial, like a lot of other birds, to their own right. And this pair is fiercely territorial of this particular dam. And so when we hear them making a bit of a commotion, which they don't really seem to be doing this morning, it's normally because they're being territorial. But what they're doing now, since they're not making a commotion and covering us in many loud sounds, they are relaxing. Standing on one leg, balancing. They're trying to save as much energy as possible. The one has just put the other leg back down, but it doesn't look like it's planted on both legs, the one on the left. The one on the right has definitely been standing on the one foot for a while. It's slowly skimming water every now and then, having a bit of a drink. But for the most part, because it is such a calm day, they are just soaking in the fact that they don't have to hide from the sun or the shade today. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's perfectly in between. And they're taking the time that they need to just relax and not use energy before they start using energy by feeding, which they do very extensively. So if they do start to move, my guess is they're either going into the water to look for some aquatic vegetation, or they're going to start preening, cleaning those feathers, or they're going to go straight into that grass layer behind them to start looking for grass seeds and little things like that. I don't know who decided to call them Egyptian geese, since they're shell ducks, but I'd imagine they were having a very good time of confusing us. I don't know if that was Brandy or Randy. Did you hear that, Olof? Brandy or Randy? Randy. Okay, let's go with Randy. Apologies if I'm getting it wrong. Randy, Egyptian geese can fly... Oh, Brandy. Oh, now I'm confused. I was busy chatting. Brandy, I think. Okay. So Egyptian geese can fly incredible distances. They can keep going for kilometers and kilometers on end when they need to do any form of small-scale migrations. So those would be local migrations, things like from here to another part of South Africa, but particularly the Lowveld, or within Djuma, or from Djuma to surrounding dams, depending on the territoriality and how many geese you have around you. But an exact number, I don't think it's possible to tell you, because each goose will fly as far as it needs to fly in order to. So depending on how far it needs to go, that's how far it'll fly. They might make pit stops along the way, stopping at little pan systems and things like that. But again, this is going to change area to area depending on the water and how much there is available. So for these two geese, I wouldn't think they'd go very far, but if it was another pair coming in, who knows where they would have come from. It's kind of that age-old, how long is a piece of string? It depends on the string. It's going to change situation to situation, but I should imagine they can fly very many kilometers without stopping. If there is an exact number, though, I will certainly find out for you. I was wrong on all my guesses. They are not going to preen, they're not going to feed, they are simply going to be lying down, saving more energy. Whoops.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
hoping this knob-billed duck is going to show itself again, but while I do that, I've been trying to think of the numbers for Brandy and the Egyptian geese, and that is purely because you got my mind ticking as to the local migrations that they do make. You'd probably find a maximum without stopping would be closer to maybe if that 100 kilometers. However, local migrations, as far as I'm aware, oh, there it comes, hello. Local migrations can extend as far as over 1,000 kilometers, but they would be making stops along the way, so that's not a consistent flight, Brandy. So I would assume most of the ducks would be the same, even a knob-billed duck, although we don't get them here all the time, so they might be an exception to that. But I think it's going to depend very much on where your water sources are. At the moment, the knob-billed ducks and the geese don't need to go anywhere. They are very happy to be where there is so much greenery, so much water, and hopefully potential mates. If we look at the comparison, this knob-billed duck, he is classified as an intra-African migrant, but only partially. They don't have to migrate, and if they do, it's not usually that far, although it can be longer than you'd expect if it requires it. So if there's not enough water where they normally go or not enough food, they'll have to move further. Where Egyptian geese are technically classified as a local resident, a very common local resident, so they don't need to move far. But if they needed to, they could then keep up with these ducks and move far distances if it's required. Ah, Tina, I'm so happy I can share your favorite with you this morning. I really enjoy knob-billed ducks as well. I think they are so unusual looking, and it fascinates me that the other duck and goose species that we have here, they don't have anything as extensive as this knob on the bill, just for the breeding season. They're territorial, and they'll fight for females in territory, but none of them really get something as obvious as the knob of the knob-billed duck. So I wonder why this particular species has that adaptation, because it takes energy to grow that cartilage. I wonder why. One of those age-old questions that we don't really know the answer to, but we can speculate, I suppose. Maybe they aren't as aggressive as Egyptian geese, and so to win the ladies they just display the comb on the beak instead of fighting each other. Maybe it was a trade-off. Use the energy inside the body to grow that cartilage, as opposed to using it to physically fight with another. Jamie, yes, knob-billed ducks are all this black and white. The only difference is that the male grows the knob on the bill, and in the non-breeding season, so outside of summer, that knob will disappear. So he'll just be a plain male knob-billed duck in non-breeding plumage. But they're all black and white with a little bit of spotting on the face. And then they also have this kind of glint of metallic green on the feather. And that's particularly found in males. But other than that, those are the only differences between males and females, but also between all knob-billed ducks that we have here. They're all going to be this black and white. So their color doesn't change during breeding season. It's just the flattened comb that becomes enlarged during the breeding season. That cartilage grows. And it's laterally flattened, so as much as it looks quite impressive from the size, it's flat from the front. It's flat and thin. Maybe he'll pop his head up from that little pan and show us. Playing a very convincing game of hide and seek. But they are quite fascinating to watch. I suppose especially if you consider the fact that knob-billed ducks and Egyptian geese, especially here, are sharing a habitat. Why would one have the need to grow its bill in breeding season and the other one doesn't? It's not as though there's an environmental pressure that's different. Just a different use of energy, I suppose. And of course the closest relatives throughout, if we're looking at something like a knob-billed duck and a goose, Egyptian goose, a South African shelduck would be closely related, a spur-winged goose, African black duck, a few of the other duck species, but none of those have these immense changes that we see. So it is fascinating. I wonder why this one in particular. It's also the only one that's majority white of all of the species that we get. It is the only duck, shelduck goose that is majority white. The rest of them are dark colors or creamy or brown. They have patches of white on them, but this is the only white one and the only one with a knob or a comb. Nina, that exact comb that we are looking at on this male, watch when he lifts his head out of the thickets there. There you could see it. That beautiful big black comb you can see on the beak, that is an adaptation of the beak itself, and that is a change in the evolutionary scale. So what happened was, it might have taken much more than the last 100 years, but in the last however many years, it's an evolutionary scale. It's a massive scale that takes a lot of time. When that happens, and we see changes like this, that is considered the change to the bill. It doesn't affect feeding, so the only reason this could have popped up is for breeding, which is why I say it's a bit confusing that this knob-billed duck is the only one that has changes to the beak when it comes to breeding. But that would be considered a change to the beak because it's the cartilaginous top section of the beak that is expanding, but only in breeding season. In the bigger scale of things, if we're looking specifically at the shape of the beak, where it uses the beak for feeding or anything like that, there haven't been any massive changes in the last number of years because these changes happen on such a slow scale that it would be very tough for us to see. But if we compared a picture of what we know as this knob-billed duck male to a male from maybe 200 years ago, that might look a little bit different, and especially 1,000 years ago would look even more different. Small changes, but when you compare them over a big time scale, you can see the difference. But today to next year to 10 years from now, I don't think there'll be many changes. The evolutionary changes that we do see in animals tend to take a lot longer than what we can see with the naked eye. But functionally, it's exactly the same functional type of beak as the Egyptian geese, the shelducks, all of these aquatic species. This is awesome watching him drink. You can see he uses it exactly the same as the Egyptian geese do, whether it's for drinking or preening, exactly the same functionality. He's moved on to preening. He's really showing off this morning. You can see that gorgeous white all the way down his breast. But as he's moving his head, take particular note of all the spots on his face and down into his neck region. That for me is where a knob-billed duck really shows off. Those spots on the head and neck. So he's definitely in the phase now where he might be considering coming into the water to have a swim. That'll help cool him off because it is getting hot now. The sun's broken through the clouds. So what he wants to make sure he does before he gets into the water is he wets his beak, has a drink of water, and then starts preening particularly the underside of the feathers. So the underside of his body, down the breast, onto the belly, down into the rump. He's realigning every feather, checking that it's nicely put together, tightly packed next to the others, streamlined, and hopefully quite nice and waterproof. Because if he wants to take a swim, he doesn't want that water to get all the way through the feathers into his body. An incredibly important part of every bird's day is this preening process we're being so lucky to see now. They do have a preen gland, although I haven't seen him go that far back yet. It usually sits just at the base of the tail. And that's just got a bit of preen oil in it. What that does is helps to coat the feathers to keep them waterproof, but also just to help keep them in line and nicely attached. So each feather's got little filaments. They look like individual hairs, and those can separate. By preening, he puts them back together, makes them airtight, watertight, and happy to swim. Brittany, the knob-billed ducks, like this male, are considered to be partial intra-African migrants. So what that means is they migrate a partial distance, but they're not going to do those mass-scale migrations that you would expect from something like a European roller or a woodland kingfisher. It's going to work a little bit differently. So their distribution can be that they are resident in some areas and migrate in other areas. So what we normally find is you find them here on the northeastern side of South Africa. Oh, Dewey's moving. Hello, Dewey. The hippo is definitely starting to wake up. While we go over to him, I'll keep talking. So in some areas they are resident. In other areas they do migrate. So that's what's considered a partial intra-African migrant. So if it's got optimal conditions in a particular area, and that is historically a good area, the populations in that area will be resident. So they don't migrate. But if it's an area that is subject to intense rainfall and then droughts and rainfall and droughts, it's a bit unpredictable. From those areas they will migrate to more regular areas and then come back, specifically for things like breeding, because we are in the breeding season now. So it really depends where you're looking at as to whether or not they will be resident. Hello, Dewey. Good morning. But mostly you'll find that they're found in wet areas, any of the wetter areas in the northeastern side of South Africa. If you go further west than that, where it becomes a bit more unpredictable, that's where they are less common to be found and more likely to migrate. Hey, Dewey. Good morning, boy. Is the sun coming up and now all of a sudden it's time to have a little bit of a bath? I think that's a good idea. So I think much like the Egyptian geese and the knob-billed duck, as it's heating up, Dewey has come into the water. So I'd expect that the birds are going to start doing the same thing right the way through to barn swallows, red-breasted swallows, the lapwings. It is hot in the sun. I'm sure you can hear there's an insect that's just landed on me, a very intense buzzing sound. Everybody is waking up now that the sun is starting to burn through. And what Dewey wants to do is get himself nice and wet under the water, cool himself off, and then use the breeze when he comes back up to cool his body down. He's playing hide and seek as well. Everything's playing hide and seek with us today. the big boy. I know we shouldn't say these kinds of things, but Dewey is definitely my favorite hippo. Don't tell anyone else though, Dewey. It's good to know. Our MC team in Johannesburg agrees. We all love Dewey. I think it's the way he entertains us almost. He plays with sticks and doesn't mind us being close by. He's always a character no matter what he's doing. With those very hairy ears, one must love the hairy ears. I wonder if Mr. Dewey is going to find a stick. Maybe it's too early in the morning for that shave. We haven't even given him a chance to have his morning coffee yet. And here we are waiting to see if he's going to pick up a stick. Now, having only just come back into the main part of the dam and covered himself underwater, I have a feeling Dewey is going to evade the stick for now. I think he's going to just bounce between completely underwater and then just coming up every now and then to breathe. And maybe, if we're lucky, he might go closer to the bank again just now. But it is cooking at Treehouse Dam. It is hot. So I think that is both going to wake up a lot of animals and put a lot of them to sleep. Evading the heat. But what a lovely day to spend time at the waterholes. I think, especially when it gets hot like this, the birds in particular are just going to get better and better. But I am going to see what else I can find along this stretch. For now, though, I'll send you over to Alex at the Djuma Dam Camp, just a little bit further away.
So, yes, we are back again in Djuma, here at Gari Dam. I'm just having a little pan and scan around. We'll go and check if our baboons are still in the apple leaf tree. So, let's just shoot across. They were there momentarily, just a short moment ago. Let's just have a look. There were some Inyala around as well this morning, but they've headed into the drainage. And our baboons still are in the apple leaf tree. So not too much else going on here at Gari, but great to have these baboons with us anyway. So there's a number of them. I think there are around 4 or 5 in the apple leaf tree at the moment. So nice just to spend some time with them. So it seems to be a rather relaxing morning for these baboons. Not really having to do too much. I'm sure a bit of a forage has gone on, but clearly just taking the opportunity just to sit in the tree, have a little scan and scope around, relax on a Saturday morning. And I'm sure there will be some form of allo grooming going on just now, cementing those social bonds. Obviously positions within the troop as well. So a key function of baboon society is grooming. That is fundamentally what does keep ties strong, as well as cementing themselves in hierarchical positions as well throughout the troop. Of course, troops can swell in numbers. Generally they're around 50, but sometimes up to around 250 odd baboons, depending on the species as well and where we do find them. Of course, access to resources, so food and water, would also then dictate the number of baboons in a troop. Pressure from other entities, so human beings perhaps being one, as well as access to nesting and roosting sites too. So they are terrestrial generally when they are awake, so they're diurnal animals. They do move extensively along the ground as well as up in trees, but when they do sleep, roost, they do that up in trees, rocky cliff faces, generally out of the reach of predators. Those predators fundamentally would be lions, leopard, hyena, perhaps wild dog, depending. But those are the species, at least in the wild, that would look at baboons as a food resource. Looks like one or two of them perhaps going to start moving down. We'll just have to wait and see. They've kind of headed to the back end through the thicket. Or actually through the thick branches of this apple leaf tree. So it's quite cool to see them. Perhaps we'll start to see them coming down. Maybe a bit of chitter-chattering going on amongst them as well. But if you have tuned in, of course, please do send through any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, interesting things you might have seen. If you have a story, let us know about that as well. It's always great to interact with you, the viewer. So do let us know of anything interesting. It's not often you get to sit with baboons being so relaxed. It's very nice just to be able to take a quiet moment with them. It'd be great and highly appreciated if they did show more of themselves, but we can't script them or coerce them into doing anything more than this. So great just to see anyway. It looks like a little bit of grooming that I was mentioning going on right now as well. Can't necessarily see it 100%, but there is a little bit of movement there, and I'm assuming it has got to do with a little bit of grooming. Morning, Sandy, and I'm so happy that you are enjoying your escape to nature with us. I'm sure that will continue throughout the day. Hopefully lots of animals to show themselves and for us to immerse ourselves with as well. So just getting one baboon's face coming through. So let's just have a look, try to see if we can get a bit closer in on it. Really quite hidden there through those thick green apple leaves. Of course, a tree also known as the rain tree. When it does flower, it does then secrete nectar and that, and does drop down. Known to be the rain tree. So a very cool tree nonetheless. This one a rather big specimen. I think it's Edith and Eden. Sorry, Eden. And troops can vary in size depending on the area. So normally around 50, but up to around 250 in places as well. So it really does depend, and of course those dynamics then of the troop also then vary as well with regards to the size. But just out of interest, male baboons are also known to disperse and sometimes being part of, say, 5 different troops throughout their lifetime. The average lifespan of a baboon in the wild is around 30 odd years. Generally just a little bit less than that. Of course, up in captivity, recorded it being older at around 45 years of age. It's generally the females that will hang within their natal troops. The males then disperse, form those oligarchical kind of societies from there, and dictating the troop dynamics and that. And a lot of the skills that are then passed on to young baboons are actually transferred through the males as well. But it's been great just to sit here with our baboons again, and we're going to go and say cheers to Tess before she leaves for the morning.
We are very happy to have some active bachelor boys of these impalas running past at speed. I think galloping their way down towards the dam. Everyone is going to be looking for some nice cool water, some more shade. It's just going to be one of those days where the dams are going to be super busy. And the scenery here is just amazing. All of this kind of popping yellow flannel weed in the grass, impala after impala just galloping through. Absolutely beautiful. There must be at least 20 or 30 male impalas in this bachelor herd, all building up the courage to start rutting in May. A natural instinct in them, so they don't have to think hard, they'll do it naturally, but it's definitely one of those things that they do have to be quite brave to fight with each other. And I think there's only 1 or 2 very, very big boys in this bachelor herd as is, so they will most likely be the dominant ones. They'll be the ones that win the fight. The others are a bit young. The horns that I saw there were ranging from little, a year, to 2 years, which is kind of the rugby ball shape and a bit taller, right the way up to a big male. And there were a few of those big boys there, so who knows? Maybe this year in the rut there'll be an overthrow. Maybe the harems that we're used to in these open clearings in the middle of Djuma, maybe that'll be taken over by another male. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I think it's going to be good though. It's going to be an interesting year for the rut. Who knows? Granny Mango, that is such a cool name. I've just noticed a herd of wildebeest with a little calf, so we're definitely going to try and get those. But thank you, it is lovely being on Escape to Nature for a bit, and enjoying some of the quiet life after the storm that is always the sunrise and sunset safaris. This time in between is the time where all of the little things come together. But thank you, I'm sure we will enjoy our breakfast just now.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So I want to keep scanning. It looks like the wildebeest are following the impalas, and the main part of the herd is still hanging out in the shade there. I want to follow and see. That little calf is going to be coming this way very soon. Yes, that part of the herd is coming. We're going to have babies. My favorite time of the year for babies. I do love predator bears, which are more winter months, but when you have baby impalas and baby wildebeest and everybody together, it really is quite mind-blowing. There we go. At least a glimpse of a little one. This one was born a bit out of season though, I think. Look how much older it looks than a newborn calf would. Already got little horns. But at least I got to show you, so I'm happy. Okay, I am off, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you a bit later, and for now I'll send you to Alex to see what he's got for you at the waterholes.
Thank you, Tess. And yes, we are back again here at Gari Dam. Just having a little scan around off the baboons for the moment. Just keeping track on what else is going on here. And let's just have a look. Some lovely bird audio as well. There were a few blacksmith lapwings on this kind of little patch over here. Here we go. There are the two blacksmith lapwings. Have a little look at them. Virtual starlings calling, some black-collared barbets as well in the distance, or actually just crested barbet in the distance. Nice just to have these blacksmith lapwings. Just taking it easy at the moment. And let's have a look to see where our Egyptian geese are. Just below where the baboons were. Looks like two of them. And one or two of their goslings. So getting rather big at the moment, getting pretty close to fledging. Of course, they do fledge at around 2 to 2.5 odd months, so not too far off of that. But, rather quite big, and you can see that in terms of their body size compared to the adults. Something irritating. That one there looked to be the mom, the one in the back being the father. A little bit of a thicker neck, a little bit bigger in body size. So just going to have another little pan and scan around the dam. Let's see what other waterfowl are here. And very cool. Now we have two spoonbills, and they've only just arrived. Great to see them. They really are quite cool spoonbills. Those adapted bulls taking in little invertebrates and the rest when they do kind of wade through, kind of sift through the water as well. Great to see. Great to see. We're just going to sit here with these spoonbills for the moment. Nice to see a little bit of preening, a little bit of relaxation it seems as well. So a really cool bit of birding being done at the moment. Nice to see these African spoonbills here. But let us go and head over to Rolf and say good morning to him down in Amakhala.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve. We're down on the east coast of South Africa in the Eastern Cape province. And we've come out, we've managed to catch up with the three amigos, and you can see those spots there with a bit of breathing going on deep in this thicket. And they've come in and gone right in the middle of it. It's not too sunny today, so it is great weather for the predators to be walking around a little bit later on in the morning, but for now they're still catching a bit of a snooze. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK with me. How's it, BK?
How's it?
And how's it once again to all of you? So back to our spots deep inside the bush there. It seems they are, it looks like, under a common guarri with a mixture of all sorts. There's a common star apple and a couple of others mixed in around these three boys. So we're seeing a bit of the back end of one there. You can see it breathing. And I must say that yesterday we were with them and they were on a kill. We got there just after they had made the kill. Well, they had probably made the kill about an hour or two before we got there. So they probably made it around first light. And we arrived a little bit later. And it was quite a long distance visual that we had on them. But we sort of thought that it was an impala that they had taken out. Sorry about the radio. And in fact, it turns out Ecology went in and actually inspected the kill site. And it turns out that they had actually taken down a young eland with little horns that had just started growing as well. And that is the reason that there were some adult eland milling around in the area. It was obviously one of the moms that was looking for her little lost one. But it is incredible that we were very concerned about these three. They hadn't hunted very well in the beginning when they first arrived. They took down an impala, and then they were just sort of surviving on little piglets of warthogs. And they were getting very skinny. But then they took down a young eland. So that is a rather large prey, and they totally gorged themselves on that eland. They were, they pretty much flattened it. There was only the head and the legs and the rib cage left, and that's all they left for the jackals. But that's put them in massively good a massively good position, because now they've powered up, and I foresee that these three are going to be hunting machines from here on out. And after they had fed on that eland, they then proceeded to just go and rest up, sleep. They went for a drink down at Flossie Pan next to the lodge, and now they've just returned into the similar area that they were. And I'm wondering if they may start to use this as their sort of spot that they're going to hunt from. There's a lot of animals in the area. There's water available. They're far away from the lions. And it's wonderful that we can just catch up with them. They're not too far from where we stay as well. So we always are very excited when we can catch up with cheetah. And if we can spend lots of time with these cheetah, I'm hoping that we're going to see them grow into their position here on the reserve. They're still very young, they're inexperienced, but they are already tackling rather large prey. And it could be very exciting for us going forward that we could witness some amazing sightings. And so I'm going to spend as much time as possible with them as far as I can, and we can find them and they don't move too far. Otherwise, we'll have to obviously just try and move with them. There's not too much movement going on for now, but as I say, this is a cheetah stakeout. You never know if cheetah are going to get up and move around. They can go hunting every single day. Even if they have gorged themselves, they can hunt again. So they are a very exciting animal to follow. And they can hunt in the middle of the day as well. So this time of the day, normally lions would be going to rest up in the shade. Well, these cheetah are doing exactly that. But generally lions won't be getting up during the day, whereas cheetah, any moment, they could get up, walk, go for a drink, or go hunting, or anything of the sorts. So that's the reason I really like hanging with cheetah, and that's why we're going to do just that.
So as I say, rather cool. There's a lot of cloud cover. There's a westerly breeze coming through, which is opposed to the average wind or the normal winds that come through, which is more from the east, southeasterly. This is a westerly, and it is bringing in this sort of cloud cover with it and keeping it nice and cool, and we may see some predators out a little bit later than usual. A lot of brown hyena tracks on my way in here. I wonder if they were going to access that carcass that the cheetah boys left behind. Remembering the cheetah, generally when they do make a kill, they gorge themselves. They are able to take massive chunks of meat when they bite, and they literally just swallow it down. An evolutionary trait that enables them to feed and guzzle down as much meat as possible before the other big predators arrive and steal what they've caught. So that's generally what they do, and it's amazing actually how quickly they can get that meat down. So just slightly obscure for now. We'll see every now and then there is a bit of movement of head, feet, swishing of tails. There was a bit of allo grooming going on a minute ago. I always get excited when they do start grooming each other, because it can mean that they may be going to be starting to wake up. And yawning as well is another good sign. There's not too much of it for now though, but nice just to see the spots there, and difficult sighting this. I mean, if we didn't know they were here, you could very easily just drive past. I mean, that's it. Oh, hello. And now? What happened, boys? What happened? They got an enormous fright from something there. What was that? Jeepers. Only 2 of them bolted out. The third one probably laughing at the 2 of these that got a fright seemingly over nothing. See what I mean? Hang around cheetah, you never know what's going to happen. But wow, how they went from deep sleep to totally on their marks and racing. I wonder what it was. BK, did you see anything or hear anything?
No, the third one is just here.
Ah, there he is. Was it something in the tree that came down? Maybe there's a snake in there? I have no idea what just happened. It definitely wasn't us. We haven't moved a muscle. Well, I haven't. Shame, guys. That's a rude awakening, hey? So look at that. After they gorged themselves yesterday, they're pretty much skinny all over again. I got a fright myself. Sorry, that one's just next to the pole there, but VK's got excellent skills. He'll negate that. That's the kind of awakening that you get very moody afterwards. I don't know if they... Okay, so that... well, to our advantage, though, whatever has woken them up has allowed us to get a nice view on them, regardless. Nice stretch. It looks like keen to get back into the bed there. So whatever it was, maybe it's not something that was in there. Maybe they just got a fright. And sometimes one gets a fright and then the rest react to that one. You can see inside the bush itself here, scraping on the ground, making a little bit of a nest. I think the other 2 are coming back. So they're keen to go back down and sleep. They're back exactly in the same spot, which is, we've got a little window over there just to be able to see them through. So Nathan, as these guys are just working out, it looks like a little bit of playfulness going on there, a little wrestling. So I think the fright they got was maybe just all about nothing. So Nathan, they've got very good hunting strategies. So what they'll do is they do walk sometimes a little bit random in the bush, zigzagging from bush to bush, from termite mound to termite mound, and then they'll try and get themselves a little bit of a elevated position, normally on top of a termite mound, sometimes on top of a log or the likes, and then they'll scan, and they've got excellent long distance vision, so they will then see from a distance a potential target, normally a youngster or babies. That's the easiest targets that they could latch onto, and then they will start to make an approach, which would normally be a bit of a stalk, trying to go from cover to cover, getting as close as possible to the target as they can, and then they'll try to obviously stay out of sight, that the animals haven't spotted them and the alarm calls begin, etc. That normally indicates the end of the hunt before it even began. If they can get reasonably close, and when I say that, within 50 meters or so, and then they can wait until the animal's back is turned towards them, and then they can start the chase. If they can get, and it takes about 2 to 3 seconds for them to get up to top speed. If they can get up to top speed within that 2 to 3 seconds, without the animal actually, or the animals actually seeing them, then it's most likely that they will take the prey down, because they've got that speed on the animal, and the acceleration from the little ones or the prey is not fast enough to sort of catch up with the speed that is coming from the cheetah. And in that space, then it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. And when we have a coalition such as this, we've then got the extra help, because once the first one will get a hold of the prey, the other two can come in to help and subdue it. We did see, one of the guides saw it, but we weren't actually on the sighting. But these three, they got a young red hartebeest. They caught it and they brought it down. But before they could kill it, the mother came back and actually chased them off of it. So in that instance, when there is big prey, and they take down a baby of a big antelope, they want to kill that baby as quickly as possible. And then it doesn't matter, even if the mother chases them off, they can return once she leaves, because the baby's already dead and it's lying on the ground. So there's obviously always, every hunt is going to be different, and it's all going to depend on the approach and how close they can get to the actual animal before they start the chase. And then there's the tackling of the animal and going for the throat, killing it as quickly as possible, not only to defend or to make sure that they're going to keep the prey, even if the mother comes back and chases them away. They need to try and kill that animal as quickly as possible, because there will be the squeals and the screaming of that animal trying to sort of survive that attack, and that will also attract other predators, such as hyenas, lions, jackals, etc. So the quicker they kill it, the less chance they have of being exposed to having their prey or their kill stolen by other predators as well. So they're playing with a lot of different factors that they're trying to negate, but they are normally very successful, especially once they become experienced, and then it lands up, they sort of, within the regions of about 80% of what they go for, they actually bring down and kill. So very successful hunters once they get the hang of it. And these guys seem to really be starting to do exactly that. It's a massive win for them, having taken down a baby eland. The amount of energy and boost that they would have got from that is it's fantastic. So Wayne, yeah, cheetahs will outrun leopards in the long distance. So from 30 meters onwards, up to 2 kilometers. It's the top end speed that they have. Leopards are more ambush hunters, so they have an especially fast acceleration within a short distance. So they can obviously outrun a cheetah within that small space potentially. So within 30 meters, they've got explosive acceleration. So the leopard, if it gets close to the cheetah, it may be able to catch it in terms of how they run. But if it's any further than 30 meters, the cheetah will really pull away from the leopard and he won't be able to catch it. So on a short distance, a leopard might be faster than a cheetah, but anything further than 30 meters and the cheetah will be way faster than the leopard. And they're just different hunters. The cheetahs like to hunt more out in the open, whereas leopards like to hunt more in the thickets and in the bush and hiding behind a log and getting very close to an animal, and then they'll jump on it. Sometimes they even jump out of trees on top of their prey. It all depends on the situation. Sometimes leopards lie up in the tree and there'll be impala that walk underneath them and they can literally just jump out on top of them, or very close to them at least, and then just chase them in that small space. So quite different in their sort of tactics of the way that they go about their hunts. But both very, very good hunters within their different niche or their different habitats that they like to move in. But that was quite impressive how quickly these three bolted out of this bush from deep sleep to wide awake. But obviously just disturbed by something, and now they've gone back in for a snooze. But we'll wait here. I'm not going anywhere because cheetahs like to surprise us. And the more you are surprised, the less you are surprised by the surprise. Although I was, I also got a fright there. I don't know about you, BK. I thought there was some other animal that just burst into these guys. Yeah, I think these cheetah caught all of us. And I don't know what caught them, but it had a bit of a domino effect. Much ado about nothing. So JP, yeah, we thought it was an impala kill, but it was actually the young eland. And no, the cheetahs kept chasing the jackals away. They were quite good at that, and they literally ate as much as they wanted. And then when they left the eland baby carcass, then the jackals moved in and they pulled off the parts that they wanted to feed on. And then there was still quite a bit left, even yesterday afternoon late. And that's why I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of brown hyena tracks this morning. I would imagine, I haven't checked that area where the carcass was, but I'm pretty sure that with all those tracks of brown hyenas, that carcass will be gone. It will be non-existent. You won't even know that that little baby eland existed. And that's the beauty of it. The cheetah make the kill. They eat their fill. Then the jackals have their bit. And then later on, the hyenas come in the hours of darkness and come and finish the rest off. So nothing is wasted. There goes the head down again.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So quite clearly we do have our baboons back here. And they are approaching us at the moment. A little bit of foraging going on. Nice to see them getting up to a bit of their daily routine out of the apple leaf tree for the moment. But, quite a sizable troop and dispersed quite widely throughout the bush at the moment. Great to see these guys approaching us. It's always amazing watching them walking on those knuckles of theirs. And getting down just to pick up the odd flower, perhaps the odd insect, and that as well. So very cool to watch them walking. You'll notice them walking with that kind of clenched fist. Here comes two more. So we'll just wait for them and then we'll join these others that are quite close. Perhaps they'll come and have a drink from the little pan. Awesome audio there. A little bit of chitter chatter amongst the two of them. So it looks like the entire troop is actually making its way this side. Very cool. Let's just try and set ourselves up for this. You notice a very young baboon with its mom just hanging underneath. Very dark in color when they are born or newborn. Very pink on the face, hands and feet, as well as having a very dark coat. And then as they mature, turning into this grey, having that grey muzzle, hands and feet then from there. So quite cool just watching them as they all approach us, some feeding and the others kind of just getting on with life. Lovely emerald spotted wood dove as well, just calling in the background there too. Those blacksmith lapwings as well. Crested barbet as well, quite far in the distance. Hi, Bobby. So the males are substantially bigger than the females, so that is where that sexual dimorphism does occur. Of course, they also then have bigger heads and canines. And in terms of weight, the males can be up to about 40 odd kgs, sometimes a little bit bigger. A bird of prey calling as well, the eagles. I think a warburgs, I'll have to confirm that. But here, quite clearly, is the male, and you can see how much bigger he is. So, very, very big. And of course, these chukmas, these chukma baboons, are the biggest of the baboon species as well. Really, really quite big. You can just see the size of his muzzle as well. Formidable, formidable male, this one. Another few coming through, so as these guys kind of pass us, we'll then try and get a better look at them. Two of the youngsters coming through now as well. Yeah, in terms of the body length of a male chukma baboon, let's see, around 84 odd centimeters in length. That's just the tail. So the body around a meter to meter 20 odd centimeters, just depending on the baboon. So different areas we do get different sizes of them as well. So perhaps could argue that the chukma baboons found in the Cape are in fact that Cape baboons. It is yet to be kind of distinguished. They are a lot furrier, a little bit more rounded, kind of more similar to the olive baboon that we would get up in East Africa. I'm just trying to pan to find where the rest of the baboons have got to. I think they've probably come here to the water. It looks like they've actually given us the slip, which is not uncommon. There we go. One last little one here. Probably going to be heading off and foraging near camp. Hi, Abigail. So, of course, with baboons, they can climb trees and they can jump, so they can disperse quite far. Obviously, it does depend on the habitat and the area or system that we do view them in or look at them. So, that distance does range. It also would range, depending on how much vegetation, food resources, water, and that is in the area. So, you probably find them dispersing further during the drier months as opposed to right now being wetter months, and obviously having a lot more food available to them. But of course, in the bush, different times of the year, there are different trees and plants in that do flower and fruit as well, so they'd also then make up that diet as well. Baboons are, of course, also omnivorous. They take insects, and they obviously are documented taking young lambs as well. So whether that being Thompson gazelle, impala, perhaps even the odd young bushbuck, maybe even a duiker. So, and that would generally be the males. So in terms of dispersing, because they can be quite territorial and troops obviously will clash, there's also different males that might then be looking to take over a troop. There's fish eagle calling in the background. That might also send a troop into dispersion, and they might then, split for a time. But again, in terms of movement, it really will depend on the area that they're found in and their access to resources as well, also the size of the troop. So tough to really gauge. I would think that probably around a couple of square kilometers is generally where they would home range. But again, it really would depend on the system or area we do view or find them in. Also, I suppose the density of baboon population in the area as well might dictate movement too. So very cool being able to spend some time with our baboons today. I did think they'd perhaps dropped into the drainage line on the other side of Gari Dam. But for those of you that have tuned in, please do send through any questions, comments, things you've noticed that are interesting stories you may have. Of course, it's always fantastic when we get to interact with you and hear what you guys have to think. So please do let us know. And it looks like the baboons have gone behind the tree now. So I'm just going to zoom back out. Let's try and see if we can't pick up on those impala that were on the other side of Gari Dam. Perhaps even, oh, there we go. Here are impala. And if they decide to move on, we can go and have a look to see if those spoonbills are still around. Little red-billed oxpecker on that one ram there. And these impala rams, those that are of sexual maturity at least, will be slowly starting to bulk up for that rut. So those necks getting a bit stronger, thicker. And then obviously preparing for the rut around end of April into May. So there's two boys here that look pretty substantial. The second one on the right with the oxpecker on it, and the one next to it on the left hand side. So those two look rather big at the moment. Very cool. Always nice to spend time with impala. They are so elegant. And these ones seem to be rather relaxed at the moment as well. Of course, impala, very old species of antelope, roughly around 7.5 million years of age old in terms of evolution. A common ancestor that they would have split from is the wildebeest. So their closest relative is in fact wildebeest. Obviously, very interesting antelope, the most successful here in southern Africa. And of course, those differentiating attributes that they do have, those metatarsal glands, back of their hind legs there. Of course, those lovely teeth of theirs that allow them to comb through their coat as well. They always do look very elegant. Not often that you see an impala that doesn't look very good. Pretty vocal at times as well. If you're not used to the call of that kind of grunt going off in the bush, it's very easy to get confused and perhaps think that that might be a predator at some point. Kind of goatee when they do kind of let off that guttural kind of snort and bellow that they do. Just enjoying a quiet moment with these impala rams. Nice to have them out and in the open for us right now. So very cool. Nice to just sit here, just watch and see what goes on as they graze through a very fresh shoot around the waterhole. So with that sun shining on this Impala ram at the moment, you'll clearly be able to notice really just what good condition he is in. Lovely glistening gleam off his coat at the moment. And clearly just enjoying the bounty of summer right now. So it's been awesome just to spend some time with our baboons again, as well as these impala. But it's time for us to check in again with Rolf and the three amigos.
Well, as promised, we haven't gone anywhere. We're sticking with these cheetah. It is the stakeout, and it's pretty much our spot for the day. Hoping, of course, that they get up and do a little bit more than they're doing now. But there is still movement. There's a bit of head movement and shaking of the ears. Sometimes they roll over, and so we'll just keep watching them from this spot. Trouble is it always happens to me. I say, okay, let's just go quickly and see what else we can find in the area. Return, and they're gone. So I'm not going to leave them, because I know as soon as we leave, they're going to get up and walk. So we'll just wait it out and see if we can be here when they do exactly that. So a little bit of a nondescript sighting just with the spots. We can't see them clearly, but we'll just wait it out. There's a starling that's just flown into the tree above them. You may have heard it. Can't see it, but I think it is a Cape Glossy starling. You might just be able to see it there. There it is. Well done, BK. And there's quite a few of these plants that are fruiting currently, so it might be coming in for a bit of a feed. Roxy, the best sense, well, cheetah have a very good sense of smell. They've got extremely good vision as well, so they can see very far, and they've got what they call binocular vision, so they can actually see a lot further than we can, and that does then assist them in being able to see a potential prey target or item at long distance. So very good eyesight, very good sense of smell, and then comes the hearing into play. So they do use all of their senses all of the time, but as with all the other animals, smell is a massively important sense out here, and I would say probably the primary sense of the majority of animals out in the wild. Now, I just want to show you, because I was chatting a little bit about the tracks that I saw on my way in here. So Fiona, you're absolutely right. They have found the perfect spot inside that thicket and having a lovely snooze. It seems quite nice and padded in there with lots of leaves that have fallen. So they've made themselves a beautiful bed. But just looking here on this side over here, where I said that on the way in I saw a lot of brown hyena tracks. We say that brown hyena are very dog-like in their tracks, but I find that this is rather misleading. When we look at a brown hyena track, what we do look for are the two lobes at the back. Okay, and I will compare it with a dog track, but what is similar in a dog track is that it has claws, and there are two sort of more pronounced lobes at the back. With a brown hyena, you have a very small track as the back foot. It's almost probably 2/3 only the size of the front foot. So this is a very easy way to see whether it's a spotted hyena or a brown hyena in the size difference between the back foot and the front foot. And what you regularly see, especially if it's soft substrate, that you actually see the hairs in between the pads and that comes through in the track on the ground, plus the claws, which are relatively close to the pads, and the kidney-shaped outer toes. So that's very indicative of a hyena. Brown hyena, obviously with a much smaller back foot than the front foot. And we see that going down in just a little bit of a different depiction over there. And obviously the size of this has been reduced because this track is rather large when you see it in the substrate. When we go down, we see the spotted hyena, which is a bit larger than the brown. And you see that the difference between the back foot and the front foot is very little. You can still see that there is a slightly larger front foot, but it doesn't have that real difference of the brown hyena. Then when we move over to the wild dogs, which we see up the top here, we also see two lobes in the wild dog, but on this track, it's very square at the back, as opposed to the hyena, which will always have that angular back pad that we see there. We call that the proximal pad over there. Oh, you're on that one. Which you are. There we go. We call that back pad, the proximal pad, the one at the back, and you always have that angle, whether it is brown hyena or spotted hyena. But you don't get that in the dogs. Wild dogs also have the claws very close to the pad, but they don't have those kidney-shaped outer toes. And as I say, with that pad at the back, nice and square, obviously also a lot smaller. And you could, for instance, mistaken a wild dog's track for a jackal's track. However, if you take a little stick and you take two of them, you won't, if you put them between these pads over there, the proximal pad and the outside toes, and you put it across in a X, you will be touching this proximal pad as you come through there and on that side. With a jackal's track, you can put a X in between those toes and you won't be touching the proximal pad. So that's an easy way to distinguish between wild dog and a black-backed jackal, for instance. If we come down now to the cheetah track, which is the animals that we are sitting just probably 10 meters, 12 meters away from, you can see that this proximal pad is rather elongated, but the big part that we're going to notice is those three lobes at the back, both on the back foot and the front foot. On the front foot, a lot more rounded than the back foot, which is a bit more elongated. Then what we notice with a cheetah is that it has an indent on the top of the proximal pad, as opposed to all the other tracks that I've shown you that have a rounded top to the proximal pad itself, and that shows through in the front foot as well as the back foot. With the claws, we see them more offset from the toes themselves, and they're further away from the actual pads. And then another thing is that on the outside toes, as opposed to them being kidney shaped, they're more teardrop shaped. So those are lovely indicators of a cheetah track, and very often with me I've picked it up that it is a cheetah because of the length of this proximal pad, very different to what you might see with the dog-like animals, where we say spotted hyena, brown hyena, and then the obvious dogs with the wild dog. So that's an easy way to pick them up. When we move down to a domestic dog, which is why I say that when we talk of dog-like tracks and we say that hyenas are like that, a domestic dog actually has three lobes in the back of the track, that proximal pad. So that is more cat-like, and it's a dog track. So that for me has always been the way that I've distinguished between a hyena and a dog track. Domestic dog I'm talking about, not a wild dog. That has two lobes, quite distinctive, but then they do have those kidney-shaped outer toes, as well as the claws being a little bit more offset than you might find in the hyenas. Anyway, that's a nice way just to see between the dogs and the cheetahs. Then I'll also just show you a comparison with leopards. Very easy. You won't see any claws showing in a leopard track. it sometimes has occurred that I've found leopard track with claws in said track. However, that would have been in soft substrate where they've actually pressed normally in mud, and it's actually pushed the claws out of the toes as it's pressed down into that soft substrate, and then you've had a little bit of a press coming through, and it's normally a tiny little mark that you might find there, but it could lead you to believe that it might be one of the animals that show claws permanently in the track. But with leopard, also quite square at the back, very clear 3 lobes, and when we speak about a leopard track, the front foot, our mentors always told us that it is almost the perfect track. It's very symmetrical, it's almost perfect in that round nature of it. 3 lobes at the back, lovely toes on the outer parts. They're not teardropped or kidney shaped, and it just looks like the perfect track. And if we go down onto the bigger the bigger track that is showing here, once again on the outer lobes, perfect circles on the 3 lobes that we get on the proximal pad, and on both of them, the front and the back foot, you're getting these very perfect sort of circles. It's concentric. It just looks like the perfect track. If you do a lot of tracking, you'll understand what I mean. It's difficult to put into words how perfect a leopard track seems. And when it's sort of more elongated, or the toes are sticking out the sides or something, that's when you start to think it's not quite that perfect track of a leopard. And then when we go to the lion, obviously a lot bigger. So once you get to a lion track, you're going to be seeing much bigger size in it, but you could have little young lions walking around. But generally you'd look at lots of tracks, walk up and down the road. If you see one little lion, you'll normally see an adult with it, etc. Again, with the cat tracks, nice 3 lobes at the back, but it's not that perfect sort of shape that you would find with leopards. And the toes a little bit more splayed out, and you also have a rounding at the top of a proximal pad, whereas a leopard is slightly indented once again. So, and as I say, just not as perfect in the track of a leopard. But yeah, just a little bit on the differences with the tracks there. Obviously here we're looking at cheetah, and that quite elongated track that comes with theirs, and the proximal pad with the lobes that almost seem like they squashed together with the indent at the top, and the claws showing in the track as well. So cheetah, almost a mixture between a dog and a cat track, with the claws showing but 3 lobes at the back and the teardrops on the sides with the indent at the top of the proximal pad. There you go. And hopefully, if we're lucky, we may get to see one of the feet of these cheetah while they're sleeping here, and then we can actually have a close look at the actual live foot of the cheetah itself. But we'll have to wait and see if they're going to allow us to get a good look on one of their feet. One of them needs to roll over on another one, and that's when we'll be able to see it.
Hello, my name is Melanie, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, tracking. And obviously when we get out on foot and we do trails, is that for me then becomes the number one sort of concept that I like to work with, is all the tracks. And it goes right across from arthropods to birds to all the little animals that are around. So Emmy, yeah, I really love talking about tracking, and it's never ending. We see tracks in all different substrates. The best is that when I first started out tracking, I was told that try to see where an animal, and even if it's a domestic animal, and walk behind it, look at how it walks, and look at how the tracks then imprint in different substrates. So, for instance, I go walking on the beach a lot with my dogs, and then we go further onto their gait, and that's how the animal is moving, whether it's walking, whether it's jogging, whether it's sprinting, etc. And that then gets even more interesting, because once you can identify which species you are looking at, that's the first thing you want to do. You don't want to be thinking that you're following a lion when you're following a jackal. Or vice versa, because you get yourself into trouble. But first work out what track it is, and then when you follow it, you then work out whether it's walking at a normal walking pace, whether it's jogging, or whether it's sprinting. And what's quite interesting then is, on a normal walking pace, you'll have a left and a right foot, and they're normally separated from each other. The faster that animal goes, the more close together those tracks become. Eventually, it starts heading in a straight line. So you can then work out the gait, and you can start to imagine in your head what the animal was doing. Was it walking? Was it jogging? Was it running? And you can look at other tracks and realize why it was doing what it was doing. And then you can start to paint a picture in your head of exactly what was occurring just from looking at the tracks. And another thing that you can do is, on a normal walking pace, when you've worked out that an animal is just walking, you can go from the right back foot, where it puts its foot down, to the next time that it puts its right back foot down, and you can measure that distance, and it will show the animal's body length, so that you could actually then realize how big the animal that you are following really is. And you can do that with humans as well. And I often used to show the students, if I stand still and we mark my foot, and I take a little march on a normal walking pace, right, left, right, and I put my foot down again. Then they mark my right foot, and it can be left or right, I'm just using that as an example. But where the right foot puts down twice, then you mark those 2 points, and then I lie down flat on the ground, and it exhibits my exact body length. So then you can see, just from a human's track as well, whether if he's walking at a normal walking pace, exactly how big that person is. So not only can you then see how big his feet are, but you can also work out how big the person is himself. So there's so much that you can tell just from tracks. Jamie, I would say that cheetah are probably easier to track than leopards. Leopards are notorious for being the ghosts of the bush, and not only because of the camouflage that they display, but also because you can follow a leopard track and then all of a sudden it just vanishes. It disappears into thin air. And that's when you bring in a little bit of intuitive tracking, where you go to the last track that you can see and you work out from there, sort of almost getting into the mind of the animal in the specific situation and geographical place that you are. Where will that animal be moving from here? Will he be heading towards water? Will he be, maybe there is something in particular
So sadly, we did just lose Rolf. And we're just having a little pan around Gari Dam for the moment. The baboons obviously did just move off. We saw the impala, and while we were with Rolf, there were some wildebeest that did come through. We'll just have to wait to see if they have popped up again. They did kind of move off into the drainage line. I'm just going to pan across over there, just see if we can't pick them up. Otherwise, we'll spend some time here with our spoonbills. Very cool birds, as I alluded to earlier, but I'll come back to them if we can't find the wildebeest. I don't think they are going to move off too quickly. Nice just to have a look and see what else might be at the water's edge at the moment. Tawny Frank Prinia there, very light, kind of high-pitched little popping sound that was going off. Of course, the Birchall starlings ever present. There's a Jacobin cuckoo. Just having a little squiz to see if nothing else could have popped up that might be interesting while we get towards the drainage line that the wildebeest did mission off towards. There are our impala. Let's just see, perhaps the wildebeest will still be around. I'm hoping that that is the case. Otherwise, we'll look at those impala, go back to the spoonbills, and see what else is going on. It does seem that the wildebeest have vanished. Unfortunate for us, but they were around, I can assure you that. So let's just go and see what the impala are up to. I think kind of getting out of the sun, maybe a little browse or graze. Lovely female Inyala as well. Lovely bushy tail, and you can see how much bigger she is really in terms of body size. They're roughly the same size as Impala Ram. Looks that way at least. Kind of shaggy, very bushy tail, and of course underneath of that tail is that white marking that they will have. Of course their tails then do pop up and they do run off or get spooked into the bush. They do act as kind of signposts for anyone else following or dispersing as well. Lovely markings on her. Nice that we have had the Inyala as well. Actually, let's just sit with her. I do think that the spoonbills will perhaps hang around for some time, so we will definitely get another look at them and chat a little bit further about them as well. But nice to sit with this mixed herd at the moment. So female Inyala and of course our Impala Rams. Hi Jessica, sorry, I just want to clarify, are there any antelopes that have more than one heart? So Jessica, from what I am aware of, there aren't any animals that have more than one heart. More than one stomach, yes. We are looking at ruminants here, and they have 4 stomachs. That being the rumen, the reticulum, the barsum, and the abomasum. But when it comes to hearts, having more than one heart, that is not the case. Of course, different structures and makeups of hearts, different chambers and the rest, perhaps valves, but not having more than one heart. Having one heart or one engine per mammal, generally rule of thumb. But an interesting question. Definitely got me trying to think if that was the case. But no, I'm not aware of actually any animal that has more than one heart. That red-billed oxpecker paying close attention to that Inyala ewe. The cicada is also starting to make a little claim on the day's noises. As it does get hotter, though, they do seem to kind of build to a crescendo. Hi Nadia, that's a very interesting question. Why do impala have wide-shaped horns? And let's actually have a look at these impala rams that are here, and you'll notice actually just also the different ages of them. Of course, a couple of younger rams to rams kind of getting towards that sexual maturity, and of course then perhaps going towards staking a claim for Dava harem in the months to come. But these impala kind of have quite narrowish horns. The ones that we've seen up in Okakuyo, for example, a lot wider, and impala up in East Africa and Kenya that actually also have that very wide structure to their horns. So evolution is what has kind of brought that about. A very interesting horn as well, kind of got those ridge lines too. So I'm trying to get in as close as possible for you, and you can just notice there on that ram itself, you can just see those kind of ridge lines on that very pointy tip then. But for example, the black-faced impala that we do see up in Okakuyo, you'll notice that those horns actually get far wider than that. They kind of come out of the horn base there, off the skull, get to where that round kind of bit starts to form, and then kind of goes almost at 90 degree out from that and then up. And I did mention about those impala up in East Africa, so north of the Rift Valley itself, and they're known to be some of the impala with the biggest horns, so much like those ones, the more arid adapted subspecies, the black-faced impala up in Okakuyo, coming out like I mentioned and then going up and very large. So that kind of width distribution is then that what we would then compare for in terms of being a very wide set of horns or large set of horns on an impala. But yeah, great to have a look and see what our impala are up to. Fairly relaxed at the moment. That Inyala ewe kind of pushing deep into the undergrowth at the moment. And it looks like she's vanished. So it's amazing just to see just how thick it is really. How quickly animals do vanish. Just doing that mammalian Houdini on us. So very cool just having these impala rams here, a little bachelor herd, a few red-billed oxpeckers following them about as well. Really quite an active morning here at Gari Dam. I mean, if you consider baboons, impala, Inyala ewe, I did mention the wildebeest, but none of us would have seen it really live. And of course, some awesome waterfowl, those two spoonbills that we'll go and spend some time with just now as well. It's an awesome bit of time being spent here with our impala. And you'll notice when they kind of get out of the shade, move into the sun, just how glossy those coats are, really depicting what good nick they are in at the moment. So lots of food for them, very high in calories, of course, then allowing themselves to really be in showroom condition. So I'm going to just zoom back out again. I want to go and have a look at our spoon bulls. It's not every day we get them here at Gowrie Dam, or that we get to spend some time with them. I'm hoping that they still are here. And there the two of them are. So very cool to have these African spoon bulls with us. In fact, in the world, there are 6 species of spoon bull, and the only continent in the world that they do not inhabit is Antarctica. Kind of conserving energy there, standing on one leg right now. Very, very cool. So, very cool bird indeed, and very closely related to the ibises. So they did split off a common ancestor from the ibises. Very cool. Also, when they do wade, we did see that just now, but these ones just taking the moment just to rest up for a second and getting into that. Very cool birds. Hi Andy, thanks for your question. And you can quite clearly see this one here on the left hand side does have its bill kind of presented for us. Andy wanting to know why they have such long bills. So that's obviously something that's got to do with their evolution, and of course the type of food that they then take as well. So they primarily kind of wade through shallower bits of water sources or water bodies, kind of moving that bill right to left, or left to right, and sifting through for any invertebrates. So they primarily eat little invertebrates in that, and that bill is then adapted for exactly that reason, to wade through and sift through water for those invertebrates. Quite a cool little scene. I'm not too sure what it's picking up or looking at. Perhaps we were going to get a little bit of feeding going on though. Just zoom out a little bit. I'm hoping that that is the case, and we'll see that kind of movement of the head and them wading through, searching for those little invertebrates that they would then consume. Here we go, a little bit of that going on now. Hi Thomas, and I think we're a little bit too far for me to actually show you where, but it's on the head obviously, just behind the eye. And quite clearly they don't have ears like mammals, but they kind of have that little kind of indentation or slit on the side of their head behind the eye, backwards of the bill. That is where the hearing ear would be located. I'm going to try and see if I can't get a little bit close onto these guys. Of course, some of the owls obviously do have that ability then, good hearing and radar on that. You do see those ear tufts on some of them as well. Hi, Jane. Thank you very much for your question. And I would assume, yes, that birds can go deaf. You know, whether it was through a fight, perhaps being, predated upon and getting away, maybe even flying into the power line, loud noises and that. Because quite clearly birds are vocal. And to pick up on those vocal sounds, they'd obviously need to hear them. So I'm sure to some degree it would then obviously affect them if they were flying. It would obviously affect their balance, much like if you lose hearing in one ear as well. That sensory loss does lead to a number of complications, and one of them would be balance. So I do think then that it would affect them if they were flying as well. Purely due to balance, but also not having that kind of perception level that they would then be used to. So from the sounds of them, with the birds that are around here as well, there's woodland kingfishers, and also one or two little blue waxbills too. Little chirp going on there. At least what I can pick up on. But let's zoom back out. These guys don't seem to be waiting at the moment. If they do start, we'll definitely get a better look at that. Let's have a look to see what else is around the dam. So blacksmith lapwing as well. See if our impala are still about. Perhaps they've also ventured into the thickets now, getting away from the heat, taking advantage of the shade. And it looks like that is the case. One or two of them I can just make out before they leave us. We'll spend a little time with one or two of the rams. I'm sure we will lose visual at some point, and we can then pick up again on our spoonbills. So nice audio of those two Jacobin cuckoos. Very cool sound. Of course, sound we attribute to summer. Or call we attribute to summer. And nice just to pick that up as well.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So still just sitting here with what is kind of 3 impala at the moment. One ruminating, other kind of just browsing through, grazing through in the bush. But a nice, pleasant scene. Lovely oxpecker on the one ram closest to us as well. And I think I can actually make out 4 impala at the moment, just through the undergrowth. It seems the impala are slowly drawing themselves back out of the thicket. Just zoom back out again. But clearly taking advantage of the shade as well. So nice just to see them scooting about and being rather active as well. Hi Henry, and yes, they do look particularly red, but I think that is a combination of all the good sustenance that is around that they are imbibing, as well as the sun playing on their coats right now. So in really good condition, these boys, and kind of bulking up before their rut. So it's been so awesome to just sit here with our impala. Been very, very good, as we've alluded to. Nice to listen to those woodland kingfishers, those Jacobin cuckoos, some of the blue waxbills. And it is time for us to head over to see the 3 amigos and Ralph with BK again.
Well, back with our 3 amigos. They are still just snoozing off here in the bush. A little bit of movement of the heads. There was the odd roll. But other than that, they're staying pretty flat. For now, anyway. After that surprise that they got from what, I don't know. But anyway, they're still there. Hoping they're going to move at some stage. So yeah, nice that we've got this cheetah coalition, and that's where we say that cheetah are the second most sociable of all the cats behind lions. So it's quite amazing to be with three that have banded together, because it obviously just increases their chance of survival. So Francis, cheetah are a little bit more reluctant to mark as much as leopards would, because they try to keep or go under the radar a little bit more. So they're trying to avoid the likes of leopard and lions, so they don't generally mark as proliferously as a leopard may. So you'll often find them defecating sort of off the track and urinating. There can be a bit of marking and spraying and so on when there's a female that is potentially ready for mating. Then some males may move in, and then there may be marking, but it's more around that specific area where the female is. They don't mark like lions and leopards do, as I say, because they're trying to avoid those particular individuals, hyenas as well. So if they start marking all over the place, they do then get followed and chased and pursued by those bigger predators. So they're a little bit more sort of secretive in their ways, and they don't pronounce themselves as much. So I do say that cheetah don't sort of mark as much, but there is still that element of marking, and they do use, when they do that, they use sort of exposed landmarks, and that can be anything from a rock, termite mound, dead trees, and sometimes even man-made structures. And then that obviously just sort of indicates to the other cheetah individuals whether there's a group in the area, and that's their territorial position. So we'll probably find that as these three males in the coalition settle, we'll start to see them marking more and more on a regular basis, especially once they've established where they are going to hang out. For now, sorry guys, I just want to, and BK, just hang on for me here. I've just seen a jackal buzzard. I'm just going to move a little bit forward because it's just a jackal buzzard that's come down, and I think he's just made a hunt. And it's just off of us here, so we won't need to move far. He's just landed in the grass here, and I saw he was attacking something. So let's just see if we can get a view on him. It's just behind that bush there. Can you see it? Yeah? Just see if you can get in there, a little bit right of that bush. There, in the middle. There it is. There, yeah, you've got it. So this is a jackal buzzard. It's come down, it's made a kill on something. I don't know what it is. And if it's a mouse or a bird or something, just sort of out of the corner of my eye. Let's just see what it got. It's obviously still busy subduing it with its talons. That's what they often do for quite a while once they get something, and it's getting literally throttled and spiked by those talons. I'm not going to go any closer because then it will probably fly away. So let's just see if we can see more from the distance here. We're nice and far, but at least we have the advantage of the zoom. And let's hope that the cheetah don't disappear off behind us, but we'll probably hear them if they get up and walk through the bushes there, because we've just moved a few meters. Very well hidden there in the grass. It looks like it's just shimmying around, maybe just trying to get a better... It's really starting to feed. Be using its... Ronnie, thanks. Yeah, almost by chance. I mean, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, and with a jackalbazzard's outspread wings, the way I saw it coming in, I knew it was coming in onto something. I just want to confirm that it is indeed a jackalbazzard. I think it might be an immature. I can't see it clear enough. I just saw the underneath of its wings, and I was pretty sure that it was a jackalbazzard. But we'll just confirm that identification. As I say, I think it's either a female or a juvenile jackalbazzard, but I want to be sure. Oh, yeah, that's a jackalbazzard. Did it have anything in its talons? You couldn't see. I'm sure it would have flown off with it. I'm pretty sure that was a jackalbazzard. Just underneath wings, it just looked like slightly immature, either an immature or a female, because it had less coloration. You've got like black and almost browny colors that you start finding, and a very sort of white breast on the males. But the females can be a little bit more drab brown. And that was either a juvenile or a female jackalbazzard. And I think it got itself a little rodent. Right, I think it's time. We're going to reverse back and get our position back on these cheetah. And that was a nice little side track. Now, I don't want to disturb them. They haven't been too worried about us, and it definitely wasn't us that scared them earlier. I'd just love to know what scared them when they all jumped out of the bush. Turn a little bit here. Let's see. They're still in there. Yeah, there's a head shake. So just try and maneuver to get you guys a nice view without disturbing them as well. It's a really difficult spot for us here. Get our noses in there. Oops. How's that, DK? That might work. Huh?
I think you might need to move a bit forward.
But forward. Let's just see.
Alright, works.
Does it work? Okay. Let's sit there then again. There's a little bit of movement of heads, but then it's going back down. We'll see. They might get active after a nice long sleep that they're having now. Back in on the spots. But you never know what's going to make an appearance around them, like we've had with the jackalbazzard making a kill. So, that's a bit of excitement. So, I can't even remember what we were talking about. The marking and the territorial spraying and etc. of cheetah, as there is a little bit of movement on the inside there. So, yeah, cheetah do mark and spray, etc. They just they don't do it as proliferously as you might find in the larger predators per se. So I'm just looking at a couple of different scientific journals, etc. And one on Science Daily does sort of mention that marking trees is important hotspots of communication for cheetahs to exchange information with and about other cheetah via scent marks, urine, and scat. I've seen cheetahs spraying on trees, but it's quite a lot higher generally than you find with leopards and lions. It seems to be what I've witnessed. And they say that a team has now shown that several mammalian species on farmland in Namibia maintain a network for intra- and interspecific communication at cheetah trees. Blackback jackals, African wildcats, and warthogs visited and sniffed the cheetah's places to be more frequently than control trees, the team concluded from photos and videos recorded by wildlife camera traps. Common prey species of cheetah, however, avoided those hotspots. Yeah, so it seems like it's mainly around trees that they use, but they will also use termite mounds and logs and things that are lying down, but they like to use a sort of post, something quite high, to spray. I've seen them also, they regularly, when they go past dead branches or logs lying down, they like to scratch as well. So Dana, the primary cooling system of a cheetah is to pant. So passing air over the tongue, very similar to dogs. So that is their primary cooling system or thermoregulation vice, and they can also dissipate heat through the skin, but it's not at the rate that they can do when they pant. And I think there is also a little bit of sweating underneath the arms, etc. But the major part, and especially after a hunt, etc., there will be that excessive panting, which then assists in dropping the temperature of the cheetah's core as quickly as possible. And you'll often find, especially like when you see with these three, when there's the chase, that's something that the cheetah also need to sort of bear in mind and circumvent. After a long chase, they've also got to fight with the prey animal. They've got to subdue it, and then they've got to spend a period of time cooling. Because it's difficult to eat while you're panting. So we've found when we've seen these three, there's one of them that generally is panting, and it's obviously the one that has gone in for the kill, and the other two then already that haven't worked as hard for the hunt, then they're already starting to open the animal up And then by the time the one that did the most work is cooled down sufficiently, it can then start feeding and doesn't have to open up the animal. So it's a nice little team effort with there being 3. But when there's a small prey, like they've also got little piglets, warthogs, there can be, that's where they will fight over it. Because it's so small, it's actually only, snack size for one. It's kind of like putting a bowl of snacks for 3 people, but making it only enough for one. And you've got 3 hungry men that are standing there, and that's your bar snacks. You're going to see the fingers going in there trying to grab as much as possible to get the full that you may have. But it's just not enough for 3. So there will be that inevitable argument over the little snack that is the piglet. There's a lot of them available now. We drive around the reserve. BK and I have actually gotten to the point where we're counting and seeing how many warthogs we can see on the drive between where we stay and the different sightings, and then on the way back how many see as well. So we're getting in excess of sort of 15 each time. And when there's piglets around, sometimes you see 10 warthogs right in one spot. So, but it's incredible. There's a lot of little piglets around. But you often see then, you see a mother and papa warthog, and they've got 8 piglets. And the next day you see there's 6. And the next day there's 4. And then there's 1. So they do get taken out by predators, especially if they're too late to go down into their burrows in the evenings. So they stay out after dark. They generally become food. So, but they sort of mitigate that by breeding up to 3 times a year and having 8 to 10 piglets at a time. So there really is then a lot of food for the animals, but there's also a lot that survive. And we tell by the amount of adult pigs that we see as well. It's generally a successful tactic of the pigs, of the warthogs, to breed a lot. It's similar with, with impala, with all the prey species that are in large numbers. They're very successful, although they do still lose a lot. There's just so many more that make it through because of their sort of breeding mechanisms, and they either synchronize the breeding, that there's so many of them that even though a lot get eaten, there's still more that make it, or they just breed consecutively through the year, as with the pigs, and in so doing they are very successful. So Archie, termite mounds are wonderful elevated points for cheetah to scan the area and see if there's any prey, and then you'll find that if they establish themselves in a particular area, they'll have particular termite mounds as lookout points, and so they're using that. They're already going through that area a lot and using that vantage point, so they'll also mark it as well, and they can also scratch on it, so they can leave claw marks too, and in so doing make a visual marking as well. So termite mounds are particularly useful for cheetah as vantage points, and as we've seen, you get it regularly in the Masai Mara, where the cheetah are jumping on the bonnet that of vehicles. It's just using the vehicle as a vantage point, as they would with the termite mound. So if they're not too scared of the human activity, well, the vehicle is just the perfect vantage point to look out from. So they'll use it as they would with a termite mound. So it's something that happens quite regularly. So Hannah, who's 8, thanks for your question. Cheetahs, they take lots of snoozes, so they might not sleep as long as lions, because lions can sleep for about 20 hours a day. So they're only active for about 4 hours in the whole 24 hours. So that's a day and night. Lions sometimes don't do very much at all. But cheetah, they'll move around a lot more than lions. But it depends, because these cheetah have had a nice big meal on a small eland. And so they may be just sleeping a little bit more because they're digesting the food that they ate. So their stomachs will then be getting a little bit smaller, and as soon as they have digested a bit more, then they'll walk around a lot more and they'll sleep a lot less. I think they're just also enjoying that it's nice and cool today. It's not too hot. And so they're just enjoying this lovely shade here under the tree and catching up on some sleep. But after that, they could get up at any moment and they can go for a hunt, but they need to rest so that they have lots of energy for when they want to go and hunt. They're not doing very much, are they? Just see them breathing. They're getting into a nice deep sleep, and you can also see that it's not very hot by the relaxed breathing and the inhaling and exhaling of these cheetah. The hotter it is, the faster they would breathe as well, because they'd be trying to keep cool. But with it being nice and cool, they can really get into a nice deep sleep and get excellent rest. And then we can expect them to be nice and active after they've done so. Madison, very good question. And I'm trying to think on any symbiotic relationships that cheetahs will have. Now, a symbiotic relationship is obviously a relationship with two different species. So you will have parasites that will have a symbiotic relationship with cheetahs, so such as ticks and fleas, but they're parasites. So the cheetah doesn't gain from that, and the ticks and fleas are going to be gaining lots from the cheetah in the form of food. There's the termites that the cheetahs use their mounds. The termites don't gain really from the cheetahs, but the cheetah gains from them. So that would be commensalism. And we can also say that the grasslands that the cheetah move in is also a symbiotic relationship, even though the grass doesn't really benefit from the cheetah, but the cheetah benefits from the grassland because that's where it finds its food. And then we could also say the animals that the cheetah eat, it predates on them, but it's a relationship that they do have between them, even though the one is harmed and the cheetah benefit. You could also say some of the predators that chase cheetah away, they parasitize on cheetah, and that would be hyenas and lions and sometimes even jackals.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Yeah, this one looks lovely in deep sleep. At least we can see its face now. That beautiful tear mark coming down from the eye, down to the mouth. Beautiful markings. So Howard, yeah, you can find cheetah using them for warmth. There's particular termite mounds that do exude lots of warmth, especially in the winter months when it's very cold. And it's all to do with that underground activity and the cultivation of the mushrooms that they have below the surface of the soil. And they also open and close certain vents, enabling them to keep the perfect temperature for the growth and cultivation of the specific fungus that they have in a symbiotic mutualistic relationship. So yes, they will warm up on those sites as leopards do, sometimes too. We used to do it as well. When we were very cold, we're going to warm our hands up. In summer, you don't really notice it because it's, I think they're actually probably trying to cool things down rather than heat things up. So it's not really, you don't really feel anything in the summer months over those vents and holes that you find on some termite mounds. But in the winter months, absolutely. especially in the early mornings when it's very cold. So Pamela, cheetah, their distribution goes well into very arid areas, and sometimes you actually find that they do better there because there's less of or less concentration of the likes of spotted hyena and lions. So into the Kalahari and up into Namibia, that's where you actually find the biggest concentrations and populations of cheetah. So yes, they do very well in dry environments. They don't need to drink water very often. They can go from up to about 10 days without water. So they get a lot of the moisture requirements that they need from the food that they eat. In general, they'll sort of, especially if there's available water, they'll probably drink every 3 to 4 days. But they can go in the region of about 10 days without drinking at all. It probably always depends on what they've been able to feed themselves with and the sustenance that they've been able to achieve and catch. And then a lot of that moisture that is within that animal will sustain them through many days without drinking. So yes, they're actually a predator that's very well adapted to water scarce environments. So much so that you find them living in the desert. So I can hear common fiscal shrike calling. A little bit earlier there was also the southern black tit. The common fiscal is calling now. It's sort of a tweet tweet. And the southern black tit is like a tweet 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 tweet. Common fiscal, also otherwise known as the Jackie Hangman, very well renowned for caching food, and that food being insects, so all sorts of insects that they spike on thorns, and that's the way that they attract females. The males with the most insects on the little area that he's decided as his cache spot, and he'll spike them all on the thorns and try and get the females to have a look and see which male has the best food supplies, and then the females will pick accordingly. There obviously are some flies around, with the ear flicking as it is. So, sleepy cheetah. Let's hope that that's not going to carry on for too long, but still good to be hanging in their presence regardless. And while we were sitting watching those predators, we saw a jackal buzzard coming in to make a kill of its own. So while we sit and hope that some other predators maybe show themselves or these wake up, let's head on over to Djuma. Maybe, if you're lucky, there's a leopard walking around.
Thanks, Ralph. And unfortunately, we don't have a leopard walking around, but we have a woodlands kingfisher in the tree. So fantastic to see the colors on this kingfisher. Really, really awesome. You hear them obviously extensively calling, but great to be able to just put this one in the memory bank for those of you who've never seen one. They really are colorful birds. Very special as well. So always cool to see these colors and to pick up really just how pretty they can be. So lovely to see. This one seems to actually be hanging in a dead branch that's hanging out of the tree. So interesting to note. The red bill. Of course, that iridescence coming through on their wings. Audio of an emerald spotted wood dove. If we're lucky, we might even actually hear one calling or see this one calling. That would be rather cool. It's still really cool. So lovely that this one's actually hanging around for a moment. It's not all the time that birds do play ball with us like this, and that they do just kind of sit in frame. So while this is the case, we're definitely going to sit with this one for a moment, listen to that emerald spotted wood dove, and just enjoy a little bit of respite. So of course we are just sitting here with this kingfisher, but I thought I heard some alarm calling going off. Perhaps those impala. I'm just going to scoot across there, have a look to see, and I'm hoping that the kingfisher will oblige and stay in the tree when we get back there. But let's just have a look. It did sound like someone was unhappy with something. Could just be the impala playing about. Still in the shade. So coming back into frame, and they do look like they are rather chilled. So perhaps just a little bit of handbags between some of the impala rams, and let's hopefully see if we can't stick with our woodlands kingfisher for a moment. Hopefully it is still going to be sitting there. Wind slowly starting to pick up as we move towards midday. Seems, oh no, it is still there. Get nice and close on our woodlands kingfisher right at this moment. So quite clearly this one hanging in a branch that is broken off from the tree. So quite interesting. Probably a little bit precarious, but of course it is a bird, so it can fly. So it wouldn't be in any peril if that branch was to get blown out by the wind or fall. And that is the end of our kingfisher. So our kingfisher did decide to leave us. And we do have one of the spoon bulls going about. A little bit of a feeding practice there. And it seems that that was the end of that. This emerald spotted wood dove is clearly quite close to us at the moment. I can also hear a black-headed oriole. But it is also time for us to go and say hello to Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Hey, and welcome to Kariega for this little session of Escape to Nature here in the land of Kariega. My name is Nick. I'm going to be a photographic naturalist for today. And yeah, we've got a beautiful scene. Nice crash of rhinos, plenty of blesbok here, prancing around doing their thing. Yeah, and it seems like the weather's finally made up its mind in terms of what it wants to do on the reserve here. Sure, this morning during the sunrise safari it was oscillating between heavy cloud cover all the way to the sun poking out, and it actually started to warm up quite a lot. And back to the cloud cover now. So still relatively cool. So Scotia Dam has been a little bit quieter with the temperatures being a bit cooler today, which is obviously understandable. Oh, it's just very nice and peaceful out here. I was about to say, at the back there with those wildebeest, I don't know if you saw the wildebeest flick its tail there. And I'd seen these dark shapes, but I was focusing more on the rhino. And I thought it was an ostrich flicking his tail. Almost made a rookie error there. Mandy, I'm glad you're enjoying this landscape. It is an absolutely stunning landscape. Got beautiful animals in the foreground, beautiful trees and colours, different colour tones throughout the picture here. Yeah, so like I was saying, I almost made a rookie error of calling that wildebeest an ostrich. You know when the male ostrich are kind of displaying to each other or to a female, and they flick their wingtips, you know, they've got those white wingtips. I thought that's what I was seeing there, and I'm glad I held my tongue and checked it out before I said anything. Yeah, so just looking at it from this angle, you can see on the side of this rhino, those are more sort of folds of skin, more than ribs showing. It's not like we can see the ribs showing from these rhino. That's definitely folds of skin. So you would imagine it would be in those types of folds that things like ticks would look to wedge themselves in there. And that's where the oxpeckers will become quite crucial to these rhino. Just helping to keep them clean. and just to do their job for them. You can see there is a hardy-dar between the rhinos there, just looking to see if he can glean a little bit of food himself. Dorothy, that's a good question. How are they able to coexist so well, all these different animals, all these different species? They're really not in direct competition with each other, is going to be the simple answer to your question there. If you have a careful look at these rhinos, have a careful look and see what they're feeding on. You can see they're enjoying the very sort of shorter grasses, and it's also not like there is a shortage of grass. So, a lot of these different species will like different length grasses, even different types of grasses. Some of your antelopes can even feed on leaves and things. They browse as opposed to just being, grazers. So it all comes down to fine little niches, if you want to call it that. But it is definitely amazing seeing all of these different species together. Yeah, I can see those blesbok are quite happy to just be feeding right at the back there. Wildebeest are also resting peacefully. This is quite a nice little parade that we've got of these blesbok walking right in front of this rhino for us. Beautiful white markings on these blesbok. Even in these overcast conditions, you can see the markings on the blaze on the face. Stunning. Jojo, thanks for the question. If I understood it correctly, do they have any feet? Yeah, they do. I don't know if it was feet or teeth. Let me wait for my team to get back to me here before I answer that. Joseph, I'll get back to you in a moment. Jojo, there we go. Sorry, the radio is not so good here. Do they have teeth? So in terms of the sort of the act of feeding from the rhino itself, hopefully this one will actually come out into the open, and then we'll be able to see. But in terms of the act of feeding, he's pulling the grasses off with his lips. So he's kind of plucking it off quite carefully with his lips. In terms of actual teeth, a little bit different to a lot of other species. So they're not going to have those longer teeth right at the front, the incisors. They're more going to have those molars. So think about the back of your own teeth, where you've got those slightly larger, flatter teeth. So the design of those molars is very good for chewing grasses. Whereas you think about your lion and your leopard, they're going to need to have those incisors to be able to to grab onto a prey species and hold it there, whereas that's not so important for the rhino. So they've got a different structure, teeth, but they most definitely do have teeth. So like I said, they're active feeding. The grasses will be pulled off with the lips, and then the teeth will help just to grind down that grass, just to chew it a little bit. And then even in the mouth, when they are chewing, the digestion process actually starts in the mouth. So there's a type of enzyme in the mouth called amylase that will start the breakdown process of those grasses that he is feeding on. But that's a very good question. If you look at something like an elephant, also going to have those very well-developed molars for chewing food, and similarly will not have incisors. So then remember, for something like that elephant, they're going to be a little bit different from the rhino in terms of they'll go through a few different sets of teeth in their lifetime, of sort of when one set gets worn down, the next set will just start to push through the gum line and be able to be used there. So similar to something like a shark. Remember, sharks will go through as well, sort of 6 sets of teeth in their lifetime, and that process is the same for the rhinos, or at least for the elephants rather than the rhinos. So a lot of us have heard of that term of an elephant's graveyard. Lion King made that famous. So that concept of an elephant's graveyard, it isn't 100% true in terms of it being a place where elephants go to die. There's definitely a few more technicalities that are involved with that.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Yeah, so it's very interesting about the different sort of tooth structure and things of different animals. I mean, you can understand why a white rhino just really feeding on grasses wouldn't need to have any incisors. And a muscular animal, just having a look at him compared to those blesbok. A massive, massive animal. How much does a rhino eat per day? How much grass does he eat per day? He's probably going to be eating close to about 40 kilos or so per day. Which, when you talk about a number of sort of 40 kilos off the bat, sounds like a lot, you know. You think, sheesh, 40 kilos. But if you think about the size of a big, fully grown male white rhino, that's about 2,000 kilos, 2,200 kilos. And if you think about 40 kilos, you know, 2,200 divided by 40 kilos in terms of ratio of body weight, it's not all too much. You know, you compare that to an elephant, a big bull can be even close to 6 tons. And those big guys like that are going to have to eat much more than 40 kilos. You know, they're probably pushing close to about 200 kilos of food a day. So for this rhino, that's why he's got his head low down, and that's why he's just constantly feeding the whole time. It's important to get all that quantity of food in. Brian, thanks for your question. In terms of average sizes for rhino, for both your black and your white rhino, your males will be larger than that of your females. And then your white rhino will be bigger than your black rhino. So your white rhino bull, he's going to be about 2,200 kilos. Whereas your black rhino bull will generally be just under a ton, so about 900 kilos. Your white rhino female will be closer to about 1,800 kilos or so. And then your black rhino female will be probably closer to about 700 kilos or so, maybe slightly less. So massive, massive differences in size between the two of them. Remember, your white rhinos being just grazers. So if they do lift their head for us and we can get a good look at their lip structure, that would be awesome if they want to read the script for us. And then your black rhino being browsers, you know, eating leaves and twigs and things like that, they're going to have a different structured, different shaped lip. More of that, you know, sometimes when you read in mammal books, it could be called the hooked-lipped rhinoceros, the black rhino, because of the shape of its lip. Very prehensile little lip, so it does very well at breaking off the things that it needs to grab. And then in terms of behavior, very different as well. You can see these rhino are incredibly relaxed. And you've seen it before with them coming right up to the vehicle and things in terms of walking from A to B. Very chilled, quite accepting of the vehicle, whereas a black rhino is a bit more cranky. So they can be, if you want to sum it up, nervous aggressive. So you can find some individuals who are more sort of nervous of vehicles and things like that. And the minute they see a vehicle, they may kind of huff and puff, kick up a bit of dust and run away. Or you may find some that are slightly more aggressive. And and I guess this aggressiveness of the black rhino and its its behavior. That's what makes it my favorite animal. If they pick up on your scent sometimes, but they're not quite sure what's there, remember their eyesight isn't the greatest in the world. Kind of take a few investigatory sort of steps towards you, kind of suss out what's there. The ears will be forward. Remember the head positioning of a black rhino in terms of the neutral head position is much higher than a white rhino. A black rhino's head would be above kind of the ears of this white rhino here. And often when these black rhino come towards you, there's some huffing and puffing, and then there can be like a little mock charge towards you, kicking up some dust and lots of huffing and puffing as they're coming. So very different, the two different species of rhino that we get here. Your white rhino is more going to wait around and pose for his photo, if you think about it from a photographic perspective. Whereas your black rhino, he's got a bit more flair. And if you can get a sort of a black rhino coming towards you like that, remember we've talked about all the different minor aspects that help to create a photo. Your ear positioning, maybe a bit of dust being kicked up, maybe one of the sort of the front right foot folded a bit, showing a little bit of motion, showing that he's moving. Head positioning all the way up, focus on you. Those kind of all help to draw the viewer into your image a little bit more. I remember on one of the reserves where I worked, the rangers were allowed to do a bit of mountain biking around the reserve, and I've always enjoyed a bit of mountain biking, so I thought 100% let me get my bicycle out, and sometimes I'd go with some of the other rangers, some of my friends between game drives, and other times I'd go by myself. And in the first month of doing a bit of mountain biking, I had encounters with white rhino, black rhino, and elephant, all being charged by all of them. And I quickly realized that this is not a very good idea. So I left the bicycle at home after that. It's definitely a unique looking animal, these rhinos. Ash, in terms of reactions to rhinos charging, so it's hard to give a stock standard answer in terms of each, because each situation is going to be different in terms of cover and all of those things like that. But as a general rule of thumb with most animals, you don't want to be running away. That's very important when it comes to your cats. With rhinos, you kind of need to assess each situation. Remember, rhinos are very sensitive to noise. So if you make some noise in terms of shouting or clapping your hands or something like that, there's a good chance that you're going to be able to stop the charge of that animal. But I mean, that's why when you do bushwalks and reserves and things, you've got a ranger to take you around, because he's been trained in terms of being able to assess each unique situation, because there's different factors that you've got to take into consideration. Like is it an old bull who's maybe having a cranky day? Is it a female who's got a calf who's wanting to kind of protect the calf? Other factors in terms of positioning, where you are exactly in the bush, your cover of potential trees to climb if you need to climb up a tree. There's a whole host of different things you need to keep in mind. But as a general rule of thumb, I would say don't run. And you can start making some noise. You can shout, you can clap your hands. I guess you could even whistle if you wanted. Yeah, definitely when you're on foot, all of the animals will react very differently to you on foot compared to in the vehicle. They can definitely see you in the vehicle, an individual person in the vehicle, but they've just become more sort of habituated, if you want to call it that word, to the vehicle itself. But at the same time, still 100% wild animals, and you need to keep that into consideration. You need to remember that. But I guess if you do, work in areas of where you're doing walks and things very often, at some point in time, you're going to encounter a hairy situation, and that's what all of your training is for, to be able to assess what to do in those situations. And I'll tell you one thing. Whatever the animal is, it'll wake you up if it's giving you a little mock charge or a full-on charge, more than a cup of coffee with an extra espresso popped in there. Yeah, so we're talking about some of the differences between white rhino and black rhino. In terms of some of the similarities, remember in terms of dung middens, areas where they're going to drop their dung, both species will make use of dung middens. Quite hygienic the way they go to these little middens to do their business. And even if you haven't seen the rhino itself, and you do drive past a dung midden, you can tell if it's been a white rhino or black rhino. Remember that difference in diet that we talked about? The black rhino feeding more on branches and leaves and things like that. There's going to be a higher amount of tannins in the diet of that black rhino compared to white rhino. So the dung color is different, slightly more reddish orangey type of color, and then you'll often see little sticks and things like that inside black rhino dung broken off at a 45-degree angle, whereas with white rhino dung it's just grass and it's usually quite like a darkish color. Jamie, thanks for the question. In terms of their diet, I've never seen one, so I'm not 100% sure, but I would assume it would be something quite similar. If you think of a lot of the areas of where they're moving around, it's more sort of dense lowland sand forests. Well, not sand forest, but rainforest rather. Sand forest is going to be in South Africa. So I would assume still tall grasses and things like that. I can't remember which of the three species. Remember, over in Asia, you're going to get the Javan, Sumatran, and the greater one horn. I know some of them do browse as well. So in terms of similar to, white rhinos and black rhinos, I just can't remember which way around it goes, with which species. But in terms of behaviors and things like that, it'll be quite similar in terms of mud wallowing and things like that, to protect the skin. that's a good question. I'll definitely check up on that further. In terms of predation upon rhino, it's not a major threat. Obviously, people are a major threat in terms of poaching to rhino, but other than people, there have been a few instances documented where lions have targeted rhino. But other than lion, yesterday we talked about a freak accident about a black mamba biting a black rhino. I mean, that's the exception to the rule, if you want to call it that. I know there was a coalition of male lions known as the Majingalans, who was a formidable force of lions. And it was recorded that they took down 3 rhino. But I mean, if you look at a rhino, look at its skin, you can see its hide is tough. You compare that to something like a wildebeest or a zebra or something like that. There's going to be much softer, much juicier meat on something like that. So it's not like they get targeted all too much. These two, if they keep going in this direction like this, they will have done a full circle in the next few minutes of where they started feeding. And the blessbok that we saw earlier, when you just came across to join me here at Kariega, they've all kind of settled down now. A lot more static. Everybody's got into their midday lull. So it seems like, continuing from yesterday, talking about lulls, we've got another lull in our ability to find a giraffe. I haven't seen one today again. Which, I mean, it happens, These animals, they come and they go. I know yesterday I did look quite hard to see if I could potentially try and find one. Didn't come right. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out today to see if we can come right. You can see our wildebeest still taking it easy in the back there. So in terms of sights and sounds, what can scare a rhino? So between sight and sound, remember, rhinos are going to rely a lot more on their sense of hearing than eyesight. So rhinos are kind of renowned for not having the greatest eyesight in the world. So if you kind of had to stand still in the shade of a tree, the rhinos might not spot you. But they're going to be a lot more sensitive to sound. So if rhino are lying down, having like a midday snooze, and let's say all of a sudden 2 impala start chasing each other, and the impala give that very sort of guttural type of call, that will scare the rhinos. You'll see they'd probably stand up, do a twist around to see if they can see anything. So largely, if there is something that gives them a fright, it's usually going to be from hearing it first of all. So it could be anything, in terms of impalas chasing each other like that. Something that's quite loud. I mean, even impalas alarm calling if they'd seen something. If a leopard walked past, if a lion had to roar from very close by, you'd see the ears would prick up. They'd probably lift their heads up and try and figure out where this noise is coming from. So I would say hearing and their sense of smell are probably their two most important senses. And then eyesight is going to be their least important sense. Now they're just moving around here, doing a bit of casual feeding. It's quite interesting to watch how they're now kind of retracing their footsteps from earlier. I can hear in the background there's a black cuckoo calling. I'm so sad. Nice to hear that they're still around and about. They'll definitely still be here for a while longer. We're definitely firmly in the summer season still. Bart, all the way from New Zealand. A rhino needs to eat roughly about 40 kilos or so a day, so a good portion, a good amount of grass. When you look at the grasses now, you kind of think like, oh yeah, maybe it's doable, Remember in winter time when the grasses start to kind of die out a little bit, they dry up, there's definitely not as much nutrients in them. I'm not a vegetarian, but looking at the grass in winter, I sometimes think like, how do these animals manage to survive? But they do. They just put one foot in front of the other, and they've got to keep soldiering on. Yeah, very scenic, this reserve. I was just driving around earlier and looking at some of the scenes. Look at this with this rhino here. Let me give you a slightly wider angle. With these sort of hills in the background here. Have a look at that. That is just absolutely stunning. Too good. It's even an overcast day. We don't have too much light falling down. In terms of the scenery of this reserve here, it is just absolutely incredible. Jack, I have not seen an Narina trogon on the plains just yet. I've heard plenty of them calling, but I have not seen one. So remember, it prefers some of the thicker areas, like you can see in the background of this image. Quite a shy, quite a secretive little bird. Often heard more than they're seen. So I've heard my fair share of them, and I've looked and looked, but I haven't heard one, or I haven't seen one yet, rather. But it is a beautiful bird though. Stunning, stunning bird. I did see a set of images that was taken up in, I think it was Umlalazi Reserve up on the north coast. And somebody had actually managed to find a hollowed out tree stump of where an arena trogon was nesting, and followed the sort of the development of this clutch. There was 3 of them, and actually got some beautiful pictures of the trogons kind of coming and going and practicing their flight and things like that, of both the female and a fully developed male, and then the youngsters as well. If you think about those sort of reddish colors on the chest, if you've got some nice sunlight coming through and hitting that red chest, they've got those beautiful varying tones of greens as well, which helps to keep them so camouflaged in the dense sort of bush. So that reddish color will be more pronounced on the male than the female. But even for the male, if he's got his back towards you, it's pretty much just a dark green color. And if there's no actual movement from the bird, and it's got its back facing you, it's actually really, really tough to spot. I've also heard plenty of Knysna turacos calling. Yeah, and even remember with the dung of the rhinos that we're talking about at Middens, you'll even get birds sometimes going and just flicking some of the dung around and just having a look to see if there aren't any little worms or beetles or anything like that they can siphon out from amongst that dung. You see there's a Hadidar moving in the foreground. You see his head poking up every now and then.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
In terms of this scene here, we've obviously got this male at the front, and then we've got the two at the back. So those two at the back are creating quite a bit of depth to the picture. It's leading your eye from this one at the front to the two at the back. Although it would just be nice if the two at the back were kind of facing towards us. That would definitely draw a bit more sort of attention to, or it would add to the frame better. Remember the other day we talked about the rule of thirds. That's one of the now sort of strategies that we can use when we're photographing. And this concept of sort of repetition and leading lines, leading your eye through the image is definitely another good one that we can use. I saw the most incredible video the other day of a woodpecker tapping away at some wood, and it was obviously taken with an amazing camera that had a very, very high sort of frame rate, and it was slowed down. It must have been an incredible, frames per second, and it was very, very slow, and you could see every single tap on the tree. It had some sort of semi-luscious bark, and it was incredible to see this woodpecker work the bark off of the tree, and then underneath that there was lots of little termites moving up and down the tree that this woodpecker absolutely snatched up. So if you look at some of the new sort of camera bodies coming out, your mirrorless camera bodies, I mean, that's one of the real advantage of this new sort of technology within the mirrorless, because it doesn't have an actual mirror in it. You're able to get in your camera body an incredible amount of frames per second compared to sort of like your DSLR. So it's not uncommon for these new mirrorless bodies to be able to provide something like 20 frames per second. So that's 20 pictures per second. So let's say you've got a cheetah chasing some impalas or something like that. I mean, that's really going to help you. Combine that with the new sort of tracking and autofocus capabilities of these mirrorless camera bodies, and you're setting yourself up for success. So basically with the mirrorless body, we said that it doesn't have a mirror. So light basically, it'll pass straight through the lens and go onto the sensor. So every camera has got that little sensor right at the back, and the light will go straight onto that sensor. Then remember, you've also got your viewfinder, which is now an electronic viewfinder on these new mirrorless bodies, which gives you a much sort of truer reflection of the image, if that's the right way to put it, in terms of especially lights and shadows, and also your color rendition is usually quite good. Whereas, I mean, for your DSLR, it's a little bit of a different process in terms of what happens within the camera and what happens with light and things like that. So basically the light will enter into the lens, and it'll go through the lens and it'll get to that camera body, and it'll hit a mirror. So that's the main difference obviously between the mirrorless and the DSLR, is that the DSLR has the mirror. So it'll hit that mirror at a 45-degree angle. The light goes from there pretty much straight up to the optical viewfinder, which really allows you to see what the sort of the lens is looking at. And then when you're ready to take the picture, you press the shutter, and then your mirror it moves up to reveal the sensor, so that the light can hit the sensor. So remember, we said that with the mirrorless, there isn't that mirror at all. So that's one of the main reasons why your mirrorless can get to a much superior frames per second, because it doesn't have to worry about, when you're taking the picture, lifting that mirror up, take the picture, and then the mirror goes back down. Up, down, up, down. It doesn't have to worry about that at all. It's simply just snapping away. You can see this male's pretty much just trailing where these other two are going here. Let's have a look and see if there we go. You see that behavior from the female at the back, how put her ears out like that, and it was too far for me to even hear, but there would have been some type of bellow there, and that was a type of communication to that male to say, that's close enough, don't come any closer. If that male kept coming closer, she would take more of an aggressive stance. Her head would go sort of forward, outwards quite a lot, and she'd pin those ears across the back of her body, on the back of her neck there. See a little bit of scent marking going on from the bull? He's not saying no to her. While there's a little bit of discrepancy with these rhinos, let's take you across to Rolf and see how the three amigos are doing.
Well, the three amigos are still having their very long snooze. They did get a little bit of a startle when there was a warthog that came past, but then they very quickly went back into their lovely bed that they've seemingly made on the inside there, and continue on their sleep. So we can see a bit of an arm or front leg and a bit of a tail. And it's quite amazing how they just disappear inside this bush. Not too much activity for now. I'm hoping that they will become active soon. It's still rather cool. There's not a lot of heat. It's still very cloudy, so it's becoming a little bit humid. But it's probably around 20 degrees or so. So not very hot at all, and not uncomfortable, especially for these cheetah. As you can see, they're really enjoying sleeping. The common fiscal shrike is just calling off near to us. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. It seems to have changed direction. It was coming in from the west. Now it seems to have slowly turned more south, southeast. But we'll see how that progresses. Sometimes the east can fight with the west, and then it does switch around. But it looks like the easterly breeze might slowly be winning. But we'll see how that progresses. So Sue, who's 13, thanks for your question. Sue, no, cheetah don't sleep as much as lions. They need to be awake a little bit more because they've got to worry about animals like lions and hyenas and leopards. So they generally sleep probably about half the amount that lions will. Lions can be very lazy, and they can sleep most of the day and night, only being active for about 5 hours within that time. So cheetah are a lot more active than lions in general, and lions, obviously much bigger animals. They can take down much bigger prey. And so they also do maybe, as a result, need a lot more rest. But cheetah, they generally sleep the most after they've had a nice big meal. Otherwise, they do move around a lot, and they take little naps in between moving around. This one is quite a long sleep. It's generally not so long, but you might find that especially they have eaten on a baby eland, so maybe that's the reason why they're still sleeping. But when we saw them come out, when they had a little fright a little bit earlier, it looks like they've digested most of what they ate. But they've probably still got a lot of calories, a lot of energy that they've gained from eating that meat. But I think that they might get active soon or later on this afternoon, and we might see them going for another hunt. That's why I'm just waiting here, because I want to be here when they get up. And not just from getting a fright, from actually going hunting. So Wynand, cheetah can cover many kilometers in a day. They can walk, between 20 and 30 kilometers. It all depends on where they are, how much food is available. In the more drier parts, the arid areas that they exist, for instance in the Kalahari and up into the Namib, they can walk probably even further, even up to 50 kilometers in a day. So it all depends how much food there is. And what's quite scary is that cheetah, we've lost about 90% of the population of cheetah in the last 100 years. There's probably less than 10,000 individuals left in the wild. And South Africa probably has around about 1,200 or so in the regions, maybe a little bit more. But then that's followed by Botswana, who have about 2,000 cheetah, and Namibia, that has over 2,500 of them. But still, I mean, if you look at those numbers, it's minute. And so when we see conservation wins like we have here on Amakhala, where they're actually expanding the population, and we have females that are giving birth to little cubs, and the population growing here, and so much so that they're actually exporting them out into other potential wilderness areas, and so where there may not have been cheetah there before. It's an absolute conservation success, and we need to celebrate it. There was one of the females that they translocated to Malawi from Amakhala, and she has now gone on to sire a couple of different litters of cubs, and in areas where there were previously the cheetah populations were extinct there. So there's a lot to celebrate, especially here on Amakhala, what they've done for the cheetah conservation. And obviously we'd love to get behind Amakhala in their efforts, which is very positive, and celebrate what they've achieved in the conservation of cheetah as a whole. So obviously it's not very exciting what we're watching now. You can only see very little of these cheetah themselves. But if you were watching earlier, you know that they can very quickly stand up and move. And we are just waiting patiently. Around the heat of the day, although today is not as hot as usual, generally this time of the day it's difficult viewing out on safari. Animals are generally doing exactly what these cheetah are doing, and that includes the antelope and the zebra, etc., even right through to the elephants. The elephants can be a little bit more mobile, where they go seeking water, so they can cool themselves down and so on. But in general, middle part of the day, not the easiest to find active animals. And so, if we had to leave these cheetah now because we're only seeing a little bit of them, we might not find much else except for other animals resting up in the shade like them. So that's why, if you're wondering why we're sitting just watching an arm and a tail of a cheetah, that for me is the exact reason why we don't. Sometimes we drive around days on end and difficult to find any sightings, especially around this time of the day. So when we have a high profile sighting like a cheetah, well, we're going to stick with them because there's always the potential that they could get up, be active, and maybe even hunt. So that's why we're staying here, in case anybody was wondering. There's a little bit of a twitch on one's foot, but that might just be it dreaming. Maybe it's chasing spring hares or baby impala in its dreams. Nearly got it, but not quite. So he's got the twitch going. Wonder what cheetahs dream about. I'm also scanning around in the area because you never know when you might have some bird hunt or something like that, like we had with that jackal buzzard a little bit earlier. Yeah, the wind's starting to pick up now. It's shifted a bit to the southwest. So it is swirling a bit. They did say that the heat wave would extend on into the weekend, but we've had quite a lot of cloud cover and it's quite cool. So Cyril, cheetah, well, they'll pretty much, as they randomly move around, they do sort of zigzag through the thickets, the plains, etc. And they seem to have decided upon this particular area because they've made a kill not too far from here, and maybe they think it's a good place just to hang around for a bit longer. But they'll obviously just go into a thicket like this, see, and it's in the shade, and then if there's some nice material to lie on. So there's a lot of these thickets dotted around in the Albany thicket biome, as the name suggests. So there's lots of these kind of hollowed out little bowls on the inside of these thickets that a lot of the antelope and sometimes the warthogs, the pigs, also assist in making these sort of little havens within the bushes in themselves. And they'll use it for the same thing, to go in and rest up. Whether it's during the day when it's too hot or when it's raining and they want to get out of the elements a little bit, sometimes even just out of the wind, which can be quite strong in these parts. So you're getting blown sideways, and sometimes nice just to take a bit of cover inside a thicket like this. Righty, so we're just going to continue on, hoping, watching, and waiting in the hopes that these cheetah are going to get up. And we'll be right here when that happens. And while we sit and do exactly that, off you go to Djuma with Alex.
Thank you, Rolf. And yes, from sleeping cheetah to a spoonbill in a tree, and an African spoonbill that is, one of the 6 subspecies or types of spoonbill you get in the world. And I did mention earlier, the only continent where you do not find a spoonbill is in Antarctica. So very cool to see. And of course, a number of different kind of plumages and colorations to some of the other spoonbills that we do find in the world. And this one is quite cool, just up here in the tree, perching and kind of having a little pan and scan around. Of course, very closely related to ibises and then storks. So their closest relatives and one they share the closest ancestor with being ibises. So very cool to see. Such an awesome shape on that bull. And quite awesome watching it move around like this. So there was a pair of them. I'm not too sure where the others got to. Hoping this one does stay up here in the tree for some time, because it is a rather cool sighting, just having them up here anyway. Nice color from the sun hitting it as well, so quite clearly you can be able to see that pink bull of theirs as well as the pink legs. Hi Joan, yes, you are very much correct. They do feed on a number of invertebrates. So that could be freshwater crustaceans. If there were shrimps available, they are also known to obviously go into those little estuary areas, so where the water would then be brackish. So perhaps more prawns and that type of thing then. Of course, little worms and that as well. So a number of little invertebrates that they would focus on at least, and they kind of sift through the water with that spoon and then pick them up from there. Hi Matt, so brackish water would effectively be where fresh water, say from a river system or lake, would then meet salty water from the ocean. So brackish kind of being that mix between the fresh and salt water then as well. So the water that you would then find in areas where we would find, say, mangrove swamps and that, obviously where river mouths then occur as well. Or any other freshwater lake that then would buttress itself onto the ocean or any form of like inlet then from there. And that's where we would find the brackish water. And a brackish environment then would obviously occur in those areas as well. Very cool. Lovely to see the spoonbill. So just to give you some of the other names of the spoonbills, we do get this one obviously being the African. We then get the Eurasian spoonbill. So that is then found from northeast of Africa through much of Eurasia and the British Isles and across then to Japan. Black-faced spoonbill, which occurs in East Asia, Taiwan, China, Korea and Japan. Of course, this African spoonbill found here in Africa and in Madagascar. The royal spoonbill, which is then found throughout Oceania, so that would be Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and some of the Pacific Islands. But those in those areas, so from Papua New Guinea that I mentioned, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and Pacific are mostly then vagrants. And we get the yellow-billed spoonbill, which is found in southeast Australia. And the final one being the rosette spoonbill, which is found in South America, the Caribbean, and the southeastern United States. And unfortunately, our African spoonbill has now decided to fly off. Let's see if we can't pick it up here at the bottom, perhaps getting into some feeding. It'll be quite cool to see if that is the case. Just the one, obviously, at the moment. Actually, jokes, both of them are there now, and we'll get in. So nice to get the sun coming through the clouds and going through that feeding motion of theirs. So very awesome to be able to see this now, having seen the one perching, seeing this feeding behavior going on. So sifting through as they wade through the water at the moment. You need to be fairly quick because they are exactly that, fairly quick while they do go through this motion. So even little frogs, that kind of thing, tadpoles, forming part of their diet then as well. So of course, using those bills to sift through anything that then does hit it or whatever, it might trigger that then snapping close of the bill. And obviously feeding commencing from that.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So you'll be able to just pick up as these guys disturb anything that they would want to eat. So perhaps more than likely just little platanas at the moment, but snapping at them very quickly. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so we can keep up with them. They're moving at rather a brisk pace. There is something there. Let me just confirm. Looks like a terrapin that's out of the water. One or two others that are around as well. So we'll come back to join our spoonbills. Just awesome to watch. Really cool. I think coming back on themselves, they did disturb a number of little things. We did see them popping out of the water while they were foraging. So lovely to also hear both the Cape Turtle Dove and the Emerald Spotted Wood Dove as well calling at the moment with these foraging spoonbills. And there is our cuckoo again. So from some foraging spoonbills, it is time for us to head back down to Kariega and catch up with Nick.
Hey, we've got a lovely dazzle of zebra here. Little youngster lying down on the left-hand side there. And I love this position of the two on the right. Standing in synchrony here. Just with the tails going systematically side to side. Yeah, it's beautiful. They're kind of dwarfed by the large hills in the background. You can see we've got ourselves a nice low angle here as well. Very much eye level with them. yeah, still a lovely, peaceful day here. Everybody's still kind of taking it easy. There isn't all too much activity going on from anybody. Everyone's kind of realized it's the weekend, time to reflect on the week that's gone past. Looks like a little bit of nursing going on the side here. Just a tender moment between Mom and her foal there. There has been the odd alarm call coming from baboons. So down beyond this this little ridge where these zebras are on, it goes down into one of the little river systems there, and you keep following that, kind of going north, and then you can see the big hills in the background that starts to wrap itself around that river and creates a very steep type of valley and gorge there. And yeah, something's obviously upset those baboons down there, and they've been shouting away. But up here closer to Scotia Dam, it's very peaceful. I'm still on my search for my giraffe. Oh goodness, haven't got those guys yet. I guess you can't have it all. Can't be greedy. Vicky, thanks for the question. In terms of the parenting of the zebras, Mama's obviously going to help to protect that youngster quite a lot. You know, the stallion will try and protect the dazzle, the herd itself, but Mom will be doing most of the sort of the fine tuning, if you want to call it that. If there's a small little fright from a warthog or another antelope or something like that, Mom will be doing most of the help. But that's a good question, thank you. You can see we've got quite a few nyalas there, some rhino. Let me just see if I can actually come down here. We were talking a little bit about how the mud wallow was starting to dry up. And here it is here. I mean, you can really see now how it's pretty much just really caking over at the moment. So yesterday it was kind of sludgy enough for the rhinos and things to really move around in there, and now it's really looking like it's kind of done until the next rains come. You can see it's very hard. No one's really going to be rolling around there to coat themselves too successfully. I think if anything, it'll just hurt themselves if they do. So yeah, it's you know, it's kind of unfortunate to see it drying up like this, but yeah, that's the case. These things happen. You can see plenty of eland here as well. Cynthia, in terms of zebras keeping themselves cool, so the number one thing is probably going to be sweating for them. I would say that's their main way of keeping cool, would be sweating. Other than that, going into the shade's obviously going to keep themselves cool. And if you look at the overall sort of color of a zebra, it's quite whitish, you know, so it's helping to reflect a lot of that heat from the sun. It's not really being absorbed, as so as to say. But the main strategy for a zebra will be sweating. Luckily today is not too warm, so there won't have to be too much of that going on. Yeah, you know, it's everybody's got their different strategies and things for keeping cool. You know, you looked at, we talked about a lot of the birds from the stork family urinating on their legs to keep cool. That's quite it's a more sort of common practice than you'd think for those storks. You know, you look at a lot of your reptiles. They can't control their body temperature, so they've got to go into the shade and out of the shade. If they're cold, maybe go rest on a rock or something like that that's holding a bit more heat. So everyone's got their own little things that they do to combat heat and cold as well. So maybe take you back to these rhino here. They're slowly edging towards these zebra that we were having a look at earlier. The zebra kind of just on the left hand side here. Slowly starting to get there. But even on days like this when everybody's kind of resting and taking it easy, it's so nice to just be out here in the bush, spending time with the animals, listening to all the different types of birds calling. Yeah, so I think this rhino will kind of just keep moving forward while it's feeding. Let me move to the side a little bit more here. You'll see there's got one little zebra foal resting there. I'm sure if the rhino continues to get much closer, that foal might get up and sort of just shuffle along. That's if the rhino goes kind of directly straight towards that foal. Otherwise, I mean, there is a good chance that this rhino might just kind of move to the side. But you can see by this stage in life that little foal's not scared. You know, it's still young, but it's not scared of something as big as a rhino. There's a little fight going on with some Egyptian geese. I'm sure you got them flying in the foreground there. Shame that little foal got a fright. Oh goodness, a little domestic between the Egyptian goose pairs there. I feel like it happens all over South Africa. They're very vocal birds, Egyptian geese, huh? Not too often that you kind of just see them minding their own business if there are two pairs, you know. There's you know, it's not like they're going to sit on one side of the waterhole and then the other pair can sit on the other side of the waterhole. You know, they're going to have a good chat to each other. At least it's not a horrible call. terms of talking about being vocal, Charles, thanks for the question. Are rhinos sort of vocal? You don't hear them making all too much noise. They're definitely not as vocal as something like an Egyptian goose, but they do make noises, yeah. So if you look at this scene of what we've got here, so we've got Tundi and her calf just behind her there. So that calf, in terms of the noises it would make, it's almost like little whining noises, similar to almost to like a dolphin, if I can call it that. And that's quite a common type of call that we hear coming from youngsters, especially if the little ones are wanting to suckle. You can see that Egyptian goose marching and putting his ears out as the other one flies by, showing him to move away. In terms of the calls or any types of vocalizations from adults, you do get it's more of like a deep bellow, if you want to call it that. So if like we saw earlier, a male rhino is approaching a female with a calf, and that male doesn't want that male to continue to approach. There's like a bellow that's given off to say, hey, just kind of ease off. This is it. This is the limit here. So those are the types of calls that we will hear. Remember that male white rhinos are territorial, but in terms of maintaining their territory, they're doing it by urinating and things like that. They're not going to be giving any type of vocalization to maintain that territory. Whereas if you look at something like a male lion, they're very well known for maintaining their territories and letting everyone else know that this is their spot by roaring, by that type of vocalization. Whereas for rhinos, you won't really get that. But that's an amazing question. Thank you. Oh, what a lovely scene, huh? Nicole, thanks for the question. How big is a rhino calf at birth? Big. I was just trying to think of in the word in the movie Madagascar, something about they're talking something about being big and chunky. That's what I was thinking about, big and chunky. But no, I mean, in terms of weight, a rhino calf is going to be close to about 40 kilograms at birth. So pretty big. In terms of horn growth and things like that, it's not like it's born with any type of horn, fortunately for mom. But it's already quite a big, quite a solid animal. So remember, it'll be born after a gestation of 16 months for white rhino. So after quite a lengthy gestation, so when it does enter the world, it's already pretty well developed. Gonna be sticking very, very close to mom for the first few weeks, but pretty well developed in terms of hearing and being able to walk and things like that. Even zebra, when the zebra foals are born, they're also relatively well developed. You look at the gestation of a zebra, that's about a year. So slightly less than a rhino, but needless to say, that little zebra foal is also very well developed when it does enter the world. Yeah, you can see that interaction there that we were talking about earlier, about the rhinos kind of going from A to B and how those zebra just kind of move off. Got themselves a bit of an audience there as well. Some blesbok and a single wildebeest on the side. Yeah, as a general rule of thumb, for most of your antelope species, when they are born, they're pretty well developed. They kind of have to be, because if a predator comes along, like a young blesbok or a young zebra, it can't be sort of lying around for 2 weeks trying to gain development of its, or rather coordination of its legs and things like that. I mean, in terms of the lifestyle, if you want to call it that, of an antelope, it's not as demanding as something like that as a cat. Remember, being largely grazers and things like that, they can move around quite slowly, whereas for your cats, they have to hunt for their food. They have to run as fast as they can, and it's not easy when there's little youngsters developing like that. So that's one of the strategies of why cat gestations are so much shorter. You look at your leopard, it's got a gestation of around sort of 90 days, lions around 100 days, cheetahs also somewhere there, 100 days, 110 days. So pretty much 3 to 3.5 months. So relatively short. Look how pale those little blesbok calves are. I did see an adventurous little blesbok calf that got kind of in the center of a herd of impala, and it was moving around with the impala lambs as well. And I looked at it and I thought, because it was quite far away, I thought, like, wow, is that my first leucistic impala calf that I've seen? And then upon closer investigation, I realized that it was just a little blesbok calf. But while our animals are taking it easy on the weekend here, let's take you across to Rolf and Amakala and see what the amigos are up to.
Well, the cheetah are taking in the weekend by being very lazy, and I'm sitting here willing them to get up and show us a little bit more activity than what they're currently doing, but it's not really working. So we're just sitting and watching the sticks and things in front of them, and the odd swish of a tail and the movement of a foot. That's about it. The odd flick of an ear. But other than that, they're not doing too much. So all we can do is hope. Oh, there's a bit of movement. Just a very deep breath. There's the flick of a tail. They have been sleeping a lot. There's a few birds starting to call again. The somber greenbill, Cape scrub robin. Sam, they are blending in with the tree very well, aren't they? Yeah, they've melted into this thicket. And it's quite difficult to see them actually. You just see those spots. And I think I was reading somewhere, on average you get between 1,500 and 2,000 spots on a cheetah. I've never sat and counted. It's quite an interesting little figure, that. Yeah, that's all we can see right now. There's a few spots.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Ingwe is indeed a cheetah, but Hlosi, it seems to come up with tiger, but that's from southern Sotho, but we're talking in isiXhosa. So, for me, it is serval. So I don't know if they've got it mixed up or not. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'll keep looking and playing on that interesting topic, because if I put serval in, it's iserval, which it's not going to be that. Yeah, I'm going to go and speak to some of the older isiXhosa speaking locals and find out. They will be the ones to tell me. Anyway, the Hlosi Lodge, which is apparently also meaning cheetah, is not very far from here. And this is where they've decided to hang around for the last few days. It's where they also took down that baby eland. And we can actually just see the lodge from here through the branches, but it's off in the distance. Scott, good question. How do you base intelligence? It's a discussion that I've had on numerous occasions. There's many different theories. How do you work out how intelligent an animal is? Well, just so that you know, they do say that cheetah are highly intelligent. They're not quite as intelligent as primates, for instance, but they are able to sort of decipher what animals' movements are going to be and problem solve before they go in for a hunt. So this shows a level of intelligence that is a little bit higher than your basic animals. Because problem solving is obviously one of the methods that can be used to decipher or to ascertain what level of intelligence an animal has. They do this in labs with mice, etc. They give them problems to solve, whether it's in a maze or if it's kind of food-driven problems that they need to push a button and then the food drops out and so on. So in so doing, it's problem solving. And in the wild, they also say the usage of tools is obviously it's going on from problem solving. How do you get something that you want by using something else? For instance, a baboon that accesses termites within a termite mound by using a piece of grass and sticking it down the holes, which activates the soldiers. They grab onto the stick and they bring it out and then eat the termites off of that. So that, in a way, is problem solving. Otters may use a rock that they hold on their chest, and then they beat sort of mollusks on it, break the shells, and then they can access the food on the inside. Crows and seagulls are known to take prey up into the air and then drop it onto hard surfaces, such as tarmac or rocks, to break them open as well. And so those sort of things indicate a level of intelligence. We don't see cheetah using tools per se, except for them climbing up on top of termite mounds or getting elevated positions to be able to see up to 5 kilometers across the plains. So with all of that in mind, there's a jackal calling it. Not far from us. I love that sound. And you generally don't hear that when it's very hot. It's obviously because it's quite cool today that they're calling now. They sort of call to each other, so you can often hear like a relay, different pairs. Lots of them calling. Those little high-pitched ones sound more like the little pups. So, seems like they've stopped. Just getting back to the intelligence chat. One of the things that, or the theories that I've thought is quite a good one, and is probably quite close to the truth, is how much an individual's brain size grows from when they're born versus when they're an adult. So we consider ourselves the most intelligent of all the animals, and the human's brain when it's born is, I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but let's say we call it 10% of the size of when we're an adult. So it grows 90% in between that time, and so we have a huge expansion of the brain and then the learned capacity that comes with it. So on the opposite end of the spectrum, if we look at an ostrich, their brain is pretty much the size of a pea, and it doesn't really grow little to nothing from the time when it's hatched to when it's an adult. So we could almost flick that around and say that it's 90% the size when it is hatched so it only grows about 10%. So if we look at a cheetah, we're probably looking at somewhere in the middle. It's probably got about 40 to 50% growth from when it's a cub to when it's an adult. So it's got reasonable intelligence. It's more than a carp or a goldfish, more than a chicken, but not quite the level of an elephant, dolphin, monkey, baboon. But there is still a lot of intelligence there, and they are able to problem solve. And yeah, but they're not, you wouldn't call them sort of higher intellects. That's probably straddled somewhere in the middle. So Mariah, yesterday, these cheetah, they took down yesterday morning, just after sunrise. Must have been first, maybe not even sunrise, must have been first light. They made a kill, and then we found them around sunrise. And they had killed a baby eland. So, and they ate pretty much all of it, leaving the bony parts, the rib cage, the legs, and the head, and the skin, and the stomach. Obviously, they don't really like that. It's just half-digested grass, and yeah, whatever they've eaten, vegetable matter, which is not of interest to cheetah. They normally go for the organs first. So the liver, the kidneys, the heart, the lungs, and then everything else is a bonus, because if they can get those rich organs in, then it doesn't matter if they get chased off the kill, they've at least gotten the best parts of it. And you'll find caracal also do the same. So it's like your smaller predators and smaller cats that will, when they make a kill, and if you come across a kill that's still almost all intact but the organs are gone, you can pretty much rest assured that it was a small cat, like a caracal, which they then, they do it for those reasons. They get in, they get the richest part, and then they move away from the carcass because the bigger predators are going to smell it and move in. So that's exactly what the cheetah do, but then they also continue biting and swallowing big chunks of flesh, which cheetah are incredible in how quickly they can finish a carcass or an animal that they've killed. In terms of the meat itself, they're able to really eat faster than I've ever seen, except, okay, maybe with wild dogs. But just the pure size of meat that they take in, and they can eat over 5 kilograms of flesh in a day, so and maybe even more. But yeah, no, they definitely they probably spent about an hour on that eland, and they pretty much finished everything. And then they left it for the jackals and the brown hyenas and the crows and everybody else to fight over the scraps. Now, I haven't been past there, but we will go past there when we leave here and have a look. But I'm pretty sure that there's nothing left of that carcass. It's probably difficult to tell that that eland even existed. There might not even be blood left on the grass. Everybody's had their bit and cleaned it up nicely, so nothing goes to waste. So it is believed, well, it has actually been revealed through carbon dating that some of the estimated age of cheetah fossils that have been found are between 1 and 2 million years old. So it does point to the fact that cheetah are some of the oldest of all the cats. So rose candy, obviously with there being sort of less than 10,000 individuals left in the wild, the genetic or the gene pool is obviously now very limited. So there's a lot of projects and databases involved with, especially once you look at these populations that are being reintroduced into different parts of South Africa, and especially here on Amakhala Game Reserve. There is a genetic database that they sort of use and trying to, when they bring in new and fresh blood, new individuals to breed, they will try and get individuals that are as far away as possible, genetic wise, and so that if they then mate and they breed, you'll obviously still maintain a relatively strong gene pool for the greater species of the cheetah. But we're still now only working within that 10,000 individuals. And even less so, because we're talking cross country, that's sort of in the whole of Africa. So within South Africa, they're working with, around about 1,500 individuals. So they want to try and keep them as far as apart as possible in terms of their, the lineage that they've come from. So no, it's not extremely diverse, not anything near what it should be, but they try their best in accordance with what they have currently. But that's why they can't leave a mother cheetah that's had two babies, for instance with Phumelela, where she's had a male and a female cubs. We can't then, and they're on a specific part of the reserve that they're isolated away from the lions, but they're alone there. There's no other cheetah, so they can't leave them alone, because eventually her son will mate with her, and then obviously you have a real degradation in the lineage. So what they will most likely do is they'll probably move the male out. And probably send to another reserve, and they do often do swaps. So one reserve is looking for a male, and then Amakhala is looking for a female, and they try and do a swap. If they've got a female that they can swap out, and we've got a male that can then bring in a new genetic lineage for them, then they'll do the swap. So then they'll bring in so they'll bring in a different male here and send out that male that we've got, for instance, and then at least he can obviously then mate with both those females, and there wouldn't be any mixture of that direct lineage. So and there wouldn't then you avoid the inbreeding type scenario, and he's got then two females to breed with. So yes. Now, there's a lot of conservation sort of work behind the scenes that, and it's all obviously thought through. There's not just, you've got two cheetah, we need two, we'll give you one, They need to go to certain areas where the lineage speaks to not going to be anywhere near inbreeding and as far apart as possible. Cheapers, these guys really are sleeping it up on a Saturday. Must have been a long night. Alrighty, I think I might give these three amigos a few more minutes, and then I might go and have a little drive around. I'm getting a little bit edgy here. I'd like to see a little bit more action, but that's cheetah for you, and that's the wildlife. But anyway, I think they're just, sleeping off the Friday. Anyway, I think let's head you on over to Kariega with Nick and see how it's going over there.
Very sadly, we did just lose Nick there, but we will check in with him again in a minute or so. However, we are here with Waterbuck, Inyala, Impala. So what a time to be alive down here in Djuma. Lots going on. A couple of the bull Waterbuck showing some interest into those females. And we'll just keep a tab on what's going on with all these dynamics that are unfolding. So very cool just seeing these cows. We normally just see the bulls, or of late we've only really been seeing the bulls. Seems like the Impala are also a little bit of a jaunt with each other. And quite clearly, two bulls showing a bit of interest in this one Waterbuck cow. So perhaps something interesting might unfold just now. We'll have to just wait and see. A little greenback Camaroptera calling there as well. And clearly the bulls are pretty interested in this girl.
Jump! All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So this bull seems mighty interested. It seems like he has kind of corralled these 3 cows away from the other 2 bulls. So we're just going to sit here and just watch what goes on and unfold. Really interesting scenes popping out at the moment. Of course, with it being a bit overcast, the light just playing a little bit. But it does seem that this seems to be the more dominant of the males. Those other 2 kind of checking themselves out. But it seems that he is the one that has put his stamp on the hierarchy in terms of dominance as well. It does seem that these 3 ladies will fall under his control, as opposed to those other 2 knocking horns about in the background there. Interesting just to see, clearly showing quite a bit of interest. Just interesting to see and watch this behavior. It's not something we see every day. You can just hear those impala also just throwing the odd handbag at each other. Kind of just starting to test themselves. Obviously starting to posture amongst themselves as well. Hi Samuel, and that's a very interesting question, and of course we do call them the toilet seat buck as well, just as a side note. And it is thought that those round kind of markings on their backside actually kind of lend themselves to be almost a kind of help when they are dispersing, so that they can keep track of each other. So kind of like little sentry markers, if you want to call it that, or markers as they might disperse or run off. They will kind of head off in different directions, and it's good just to be able to then keep track on who is going where and where they might have run off to. So much like what we were talking about earlier with the Inyala, also kudu do it as well. Bushbuck with that white underneath their tails, how they then lift their tails up and flag them, kind of acting as markers for others that might be with them, to kind of notice where they are going. So it's thought that it's got something to do with that. And of course, with the Defassa waterbuck, which is found further north of here, the other species of waterbuck we get in Africa, being more russety brown and with almost a full white backside or rump. So very light, but it is definitely far more white and rounder, so not as iconic as this, but then it's also then thought that that white will then also lead to that, so to help or aid the waterbuck as they might run away from any potential predators that might be thinking of wanting to come and take one of these as prey. But really, it is quite impressive just to see how much bigger the bulls really are to these cows. A little bit of posturing going on between them. And as I said, if there is anyone that wants to challenge the more dominant, that will definitely come into the fray. So it seems like the action is kind of dying down at the moment. All that excitement kind of petering out. And we'll just have to wait and see what does transpire. But looks like everyone kind of getting back to grazing, checking what else is going on. And the farm definitely calmed for the moment. So from one excitement to the next bit of excitement with Ralph bumbling around in Amakhala, and we're off to the Eastern Cape.
I had to leave those cheetah because they were a little bit too sleepy for my liking. So we've left them. I'll try and catch up with them again on the sunset safari. Maybe they'll be a little bit more active. We've come out towards Leeuwenbush Pan. There's nothing near the pan itself, but we've been able to see now there's a small herd of eland with some zebra. Seems they're just grazing as they're walking through, mostly females there, the eland. There's a zebra, little baby foal as well. That's nice. So I don't know if that eland that the cheetah got was part of this little herd. Might be. Jason, as far as I'm concerned, I've never found a zebra without any stripes. I found some color morphs, mainly in the Etosha National Park, but they still have stripes. It's just quite strange difference. There's a lot of white, and then there's a couple of black bars, but there's still always some stripes. It looks like that one zebra getting a scratch on that log on the right there. It's really getting stuck in. So yeah, in terms of the color, you can get the odd color morph, but there's still the odd stripe on them. I've seen zebra that are half black, half white, but still having stripes on the legs, and a little bit on the lower parts of the body. And I've also seen one with a lot of dots, but still having some stripes on it. So I'm not sure how common it is, but in all my years of seeing zebra, pretty much in every game reserve you go to, you find zebra. I've never seen a zebra without stripes. I've seen a zonkie without stripes, almost. Yeah, there's still some... yeah, even a zonkie has got stripes. Zonkie, a mix between a donkey and a zebra. I've seen those in Swakopmund, where there's some donkeys that move around and the zebras mix with them. And you get a few zonkies, but even them, They've got stripes on their legs and up onto the torso. So I don't know if they even have any zebra that have not had any stripes at all. Not that I know of anyway. Amanda, the legs are pretty much the same length. So, yeah, if you look at them, you know, they've got a pretty straight back. And their legs are pretty much the same length. So, you know, it's quite easy to see how they've got obviously a lot of muscle in the shoulders and then in the hips as well. But the legs, for me, for all the intents and purposes, seem pretty much the same length. In the front, it would go up into that shoulder, and then the hip as well. But the actual legs itself, pretty much the same length, as with the eland as well. It might be a little bit more muscular and thicker at the back, and a little bit thinner in the front. But in terms of length, I'd say the same. There's that herd now all starting to move together in the background, the eland. So just a reminder, tonight Taylor McCurdy will be doing an AMA, which is an Ask Me Anything for the Explorers at 8 p.m. Central African Time. You can ask her anything and she'll answer it as best she can. So don't miss out. Get involved. That herd now is slowly starting to move off, but lots of youngsters in amongst them. And the one in the front there, that is a similar size to the one that was eaten by the cheetah. You see, little to no sign of horns. The one that was eaten just had the tiny little horns that had broken through. And so that's about the size that the cheetah had taken down. And eland are quite susceptible to predation because they're rather slow in comparison to a lot of the other animals. So they do, if they are targeted, they get taken down quite easily because they don't get away as fast. Lovely little herd that. Not much has changed weather-wise. It's still quite overcast. A little foal there that could also be taken down by the cheetahs, but I think the zebra are a little bit better at defending their youngsters than the eland. as they slowly start drifting off, they're moving away from us. You can still see those eland quite nicely. Everybody moving onto the western side of the Leeuwenbosch Flats here. Oh, we have a pig. Who would have thought? So just moving through, grazing a little bit as they go, but I'm sure that I don't think there'll be as much mud wallowing going on today from the warthogs as there would if it was very hot. And he's just watching. There's an eland that's trying to catch up with the herd, so it's just running, and I think the warthog's just watching that. There it comes. With its swishing dewlap. So, the little happy-go-lucky warthog continues on his way after just watching the eland run on through with its swishing dewlap. And, well, it sounds like a lot of the birds here have gone quiet, and seems like it's been overtaken by the Christmas beetles or the cicadas. But it sounds like at Djuma there's a few more birds around.
Well, thanks, Ralph. And yes, we are here with a bird, very interesting bird indeed. Brown snake eagle, but it is rather windy, and that is obviously going to fiddle with camera stability. So I'm hoping it does stabilize a little bit, and we can get to chatting about this brown snake eagle. Really interesting birds. A number of ways to identify snake eagles as opposed to other true eagles. True eagles having feathers that go all the way down or extend all the way down their legs. On this snake eagle, you'll notice that that isn't the case. It's kind of got a bare leg from its talons around or over its shin, at least now. So that leg there being unfeathered, it's generally thought that the reason for this adaptation is obviously for primarily what they do, hunt snakes. So making it a little bit harder and trickier for those snakes. So very leathery, tough to get into, and that is one of the characteristics as to why they are snake eagles. And unlike true eagles that have their feathers all the way down their legs, snake eagles not having that. Of course, that round head and the eyes are the other things that we would look at in terms of identifying this bird. So very cool to see. We're dying down a little bit and playing ball for us. The light coming through quite nicely now, breaking through the clouds. So quite clearly being able to see the rest. But that yellow eye, of course that dark bill, being other identifying characteristics of brown snake eagles. I'm hoping it does turn towards us. You can then just look at that large yellow eye. So that being one of the other kind of things we would then be looking at. These dark grey legs that aren't feathered. And if it was to fly, the underneath would have kind of silvery grey on its black feathers as well. Of course, a little bit of a crest too. And a very cool bird. This one does look a little young, a little bit of white in its head. Of course, if it was really mature, that would be brown. So it's a little bit of white, thinking that it is still a little bit young. But nonetheless, always cool to see. Lovely to get some birds of prey. Of course, have one quite close to us. Of course, one or two of the branches. It looks like a marula at the moment. Could be mistaken when we zoom out. I'll confirm again. But, of course, just shielding the bird as is. Ruby, so they'll take any snakes, really. So it really doesn't matter. It really just matters on the fact that it is a snake and it is food. Of course, they'll take other reptiles as well. But they're really kind of aren't too bothered as to what kind of snake that is. So it could be anything from a cobra through to mambas. Any of the other snakes as well that would be found in the area where they are present. So puff adders, worm slung, so they'll even take things like monitor lizards and other lizards, chameleons, little rats, game birds as well, but primarily focusing then obviously on snakes, so even little rock pythons. Of course, snakes that obviously occur in those areas, so file snakes, sand snakes, things like tiger snakes where we are right now. So it depends. It really would really depend on the snake that would be around. So little bush snakes also form part of that, and yeah, I suppose quite a varied diet. They aren't picky with regards to which snakes. They aren't necessarily immune to venom, but they do take snakes primarily. Of course, other reptiles, as I mentioned, chameleons and lizards, as well as some of the game birds. So that would be things like spurfowl or francolin, perhaps little quails. Really, again, depends on what is in the area and if they can actually predate on those animals or reptiles. But yeah, I don't think this is a marula anymore. I can just look at how thin the branches are as they come out. I do just want to have a little look. It does move around. It looks to be like one of the knobthorns. However, it's time for us to check in again with Nick. Let's go and see what is going on with him in Kruger.
And we've got an artist's dream, a painter's dream here. Look at these colors. Nice, soft kind of greens all over the place. And then these, the sort of the whites from this dazzle of zebra. Really sticking out beautifully here. I feel like this would be a beautiful picture to paint. I've actually seen a few sort of artists so photographers will take a picture like this, and then an artist will kind of paint from that picture.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
The adult zebra, how when they're resting, they do so kind of standing still. You'd kind of think sitting down would be a lot comfier, maybe not completely on their side like these foals are doing, but if you think of something like a wildebeest, like a dominant territorial wildebeest bull, very often when he's resting kind of sits down, crosses his legs in a bit and lies down, not with his head on the ground, but it definitely looks like a much comfier position. You look at these blesbok that we can see in the frame here. It's definitely a much comfier position that we can see. So they've all got their back towards the wind, so the wind is blowing in towards their back there. The zebra is doing the opposite. But it's interesting the different sort of resting positions of different animals. You look at your giraffe, we've seen them once or twice, how they lie down, obviously with their head straight up, kind of fold their legs in. Not so easy for them to get up and down, but they definitely do it. Young elephant calves are quite well known for, there we go, our mare's now laying down. She's obviously heard what we're saying. Yeah, you look at elephant calves, they'll lie down on their side quite often. Maybe something like the bigger bulls will kind of lean up against a tree and use that as a bit of support, as a bit of structure, but won't really get all the way down on their side. Yeah, that definitely looks like a much comfier position for Mum. Yeah, she read the script. She heard us. And remember we talked about, when was it now? Maybe about 2 days ago or so, we did mention on the inside of both of the front legs, so both front right and front left leg, they've got that hardened sort of callous piece of little circle and lie down like these two are doing here, that their hooves don't cut their skin when they are lying down. Nice little stretch from the foal there. It's definitely been a beautiful day here on Kariega today. Nice and peaceful for all the animals. I think let's maybe take you across to Alex to see what he's got for the end of our escape to nature.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, we are back here, Kari Dam in Djuma. Now we've left our snake eagle just to have a look to see what else is going on. There was a lovely big bull kudu that I noticed just now coming down. Otherwise, let us just have a look to see what else is going on. Of course, our spoonbill's still here. Egyptian geese, they're 2 goslings. Those rather big goslings right now. Let's just see if we can't locate that kudu. And he was a rather lovely bull, so I just want to see if I can't pick him up. Perhaps staying in the thicket, probably more the case. So I will come join this impala. It looks like the cloud cover is kind of dispersing as well. Hi Chimp, thanks so much. Thank you for tuning in. Of course, it has been a lovely day. It's been awesome to escape to nature with all of you that have tuned in. And I'm very happy that you have enjoyed it as well. But of course, lots of action going on across the different locations. Nice to have Steve and Tess with us, as well as Ralph, BK, and Nick down in Kariega as well. So it has been a really awesome day. But, it has been fun. So I can't seem to find this kudu. I was hoping that we might be able to close out with him. Nice big boy. But I'll go down and join our impala for the moment. But we have been treated to a rather fantastic day. Lots going on. And sadly, it is that time of the afternoon or day where we do have to start to bid you farewell and say adios. But of course, Escape to Nature will be coming back to you tomorrow morning, so do stay tuned. Come join us again as we immerse ourselves in the African wilderness. Of course, straight after this, there is Penguin Beach, and following Penguin Beach, the Sunset Safari. So do stay tuned. It's going to be another action-packed afternoon or day, depending on where you are in the world. And of course, we do look forward to bringing you these experiences. But from all of us here at Escape to Nature, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, thanks to the wildlife, thanks to all the other teams and locations, and of course, thanks to those in MC2. But we look forward to catching up with you guys again tomorrow morning. And we're going to leave you here with this peaceful little scene. 2 young impala males.